We really fill our system with air, with the air that we breathe in together. And imagine the breath we breathe in, to breathe the breath of the power that's being spoken into this room, the care and the love that has been spoken into this room by different leaders of different generations that we all get to honor. And the shoulders that they stand on, of our mothers that have been so explicitly been mentioned, and also our fathers that have explicitly been mentioned as support systems. So please, maybe sit a second with who is supporting you, who is showing up for you, and just be very grateful for them. And let's breathe that in, the care and the love that they have been showing up with for years. Let's breathe in again. And I also want us to have a conscious breath out. So when we breathe out the text messages that might be pressing in our phones or the emails in our inboxes. We breathe out the fears we might have in the work that we do and the challenges we face, knowing that we will show up for them, trusting that we will show up for them, because we show up for them with other people, with other sisters, with our support systems. So please, let's breathe that out after we breathe in. Again. So in the creation of this space, we had all of you in mind. We were thinking about how to create this as a welcoming and warm space for everybody, where they can feel held and carried and nourished not only by knowledge and all the great things that have been shared by our fellow leaders, but by the whole entire environment. So we have a flower for every single one of you that we thought of before you arrived here. So your presence was already here, that you get to take home with you today at the end of the conference. And they have been here already since yesterday. So, yeah, know that that is a little gift for you to take home later. And maybe besides the support system that you have in family, in friends, in fellow sisters, there might also be a support system in a higher power, a creator, a God, in Allah, in any sort of spiritual belief system you might carry with you. And maybe let's honor that for a moment. That He is with us, to carry us, to protect us, to grant us with wisdom. Know throughout the day there's always time to turn back to this silence, into the pause and play room, or maybe walk outside. You're always invited to turn back to this space inside of you. When maybe we get overstimulated by the words, by the lights, by the sounds, you're welcome to take care of yourself.
Thank you so much, Manui and Dr. Alia. We appreciate you. We appreciate how you've set the tone for the second day of the summit. Thank you. I'm just going to be here in the corner. Before we officially begin anything, we'll ask for the stage to be set for the day's events. First thing I'd like to do is see if we can bring up the QR code so that we can make sure that we're all on the same page, we all understand each other, can hear each other, can listen to each other. So please scan the QR code so that you're able to select the language of your choice so that we can continue to be in conversation together. And so once the stage is set, we'll go through the day's program. But in the spirit of grounding, as Manui and Dr. Alia have done so beautifully, I'd like to hear from one or two of you very briefly on what you do to ground yourself, what your grounding techniques are. You want to, yeah?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'll share my grounding technique. For me, it's just a daily reminder of to just cast away your worries and to settle yourself in the fact that everything will be okay. And what I like to do is I like to repeat to myself a Bible verse, Proverbs 31, verse 25, and it goes, "She is clothed in strength and dignity. She laughs without fear of the future." So I always just pause and I say, she's clothed in strength and dignity. She laughs without fear of the future. And that typically helps me with starting my day. Thanks.
Thank you so much. No, that's beautiful. One more person who can just share theirs with us. She's shared hers beautifully, something that she's able to do to ground herself every day to move through the world. Do we have one more person who wants to share theirs? No pressure. Okay. Thank you for that. So we will be beginning in just a moment. Let's continue to settle in, stay in our grounding, and then begin the day's events. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? Excited for day 2? In just a moment, we'll be walking through what that will look like. But please, let's invite Florence once more to give us a quick security briefing on how to make sure that you're comfortable around the venue.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Florence. I'm here to brief you on the hotel security and assure you that you are safe. I take this opportunity to welcome you to Emara Hotel. The room where you are is Mara Ballroom. Mara Ballroom is on ground floor of the hotel, on the first floor, sorry. Mara Ballroom is on the first floor of the hotel. In event of emergency and evacuation has been ordered, I urge you to remain calm. Use the fire escape doors. They are labeled in green. You go to the staircases. At the staircases, you go to ground floor, and then you go outside the parking. That is where we have our fire assembly point. The hotel is fitted with fire detectors. In event of any alarm, I urge you to remain calm until we communicate through the fitted speakers. Today we do not have any fire drill, so do not expect interruptions during your sessions. The hotel has safety compliance team, thus we have the first aiders and fire marshals. In the event of any emergency, the team is on duty and they will direct you to the safe areas. The hotel is manned with police officers, both day and night. During your session, we have dedicated security officers who will be taking care of your valuables during break time, lunch time, and anytime you are breaking. The washrooms are outside. You keep on your right-hand side, you'll find ladies, gents, and disabled washrooms. Your lunch will be served at Acacia Restaurant. Acacia Restaurant is on 3rd floor of the hotel. From here, you can take the stairs or the lift to 3rd floor. That is where you'll have your lunch. I wish you a very successful second day.
Thank you so much for that, Florence. Once again, to the founder of NALAFEM, IHIB, to the patrons, Dr. Ezekwesili, to all of the incredible members and protocols, thank you so much for being here for day 2 of what is truly a remarkable summit that turns 5 this year. For the second day, I'm your MC. I'm Janet Bogwa from Kenya, and I'm in media, but also really lean into spaces like this. I'm founder of Inua Dada Foundation, which is Uplift a Sister in Swahili. And so this work, it just carries me through, whether it's in my media, whether it's in my commentary on social media, whether it's in my public speaking. Spaces like this oftentimes feel like home. So I'm really honored to be here with you all. We are going to have an incredible day. We're going to start with a session here, which I'm really looking forward to, and we'll hear more about it soon. Later on as well, there's going to be an opportunity to lean into things like pause and play and healing. There'll be parallel sessions taking place, which each of you, I know you've been assigned different rooms to really learn from each other. And then later on, there'll be the gala dinner. So today is very exciting. Don't forget to use the hashtags. Hashtag is NALAFEM Summit 2026. Let people know about the conversations happening in this room and beyond, to continue to be part of such a community that continues to back women, build women, walk with women, really in line with the theme for this year, when women back women. And of course, we are very shortly going to hear a video address. But before then, if one person can step up to that microphone and tell us what stood out to you yesterday, very briefly. It's important to just see what's landing, you know, because we have to take these conversations forward. So what is it that landed, and what is it that you're going to take with you? Oh, there's already somebody. Okay, there's 2 people. So we can start with you and you, just the 2 of you, very briefly. Just tell us your name, what stood out for you yesterday as we move into the beginning of the session. You'll keep it short and sweet, if that's okay.
Good morning, everyone. What stood out for me is that power without capital is fragile. And also, you don't have to be a strong woman to go into politics or leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, those were powerful nuggets that also stood out to me. I think Zaha also wanted to share what stood out very briefly as we move into the next session.
Hi, Janet.
Hi.
I think, guys, can we just give this woman a round of applause for the work she's been doing? Receive your flowers, Janet.
Thank you.
Yesterday was phenomenal. I think just the idea of being in a room and having access to incredible women and ask questions and get answers and get the truth and not have to sugarcoat your experience and the oppression we continue to experience, especially in this corridor of ours, the authoritarian corridor, East Africa. I was so happy to see Madam Winnie Kiza. I continuously keep saying that we are standing on the shoulders of incredible women. And in this room, we continue to see that reality. And that intergenerational analysis we're seeing right here might produce the next presidents of this continent in this room.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And now we would like to turn your attention to the screens, a video address from a supporter of NALAFEM since its inception, one of the most powerful voices for gender equality at the very top of the United Nations, Her Excellency Amina J. Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellencies, dear sisters and partners, it's a pleasure to join you for the 5th NALAFEM Summit. Thank you to NALAFEM and Aya Chebi for convening this vital platform, which is shaping a new generation of African women leaders and redefining what is possible for women and girls. This year's theme, Power Meets Capital, When Women Back Women, captures a defining challenge of our time. Across Africa, women are bringing courage, vision, and commitment as they step forward to lead. They are running for office, shaping policy, driving peace processes, rebuilding communities, and opening new pathways in business and finance. Yet, too often, women's leadership is still sustained by personal sacrifice rather than by the systems, resources, and protection needed for it to thrive. To succeed, women must have access to capital, networks, mentorship, and sustained support. This is essential not only for individual women leaders, but for transforming the systems in which they operate. And that is why building strong feminist alliances that connect women leaders with resources, strengthen leadership pipelines, and foster trust and solidarity is so important. It demands collective commitment and systemic action. Equally vital is investment in intergenerational and intersectional leadership. When emerging women leaders are supported by those who have paved the way before them, they benefit from their wisdom and lived experience, and we create leadership that is resilient, representative, and transformative. The United Nations remains firmly committed to advancing gender equality and strengthening women's leadership as a cornerstone of sustainable development, peace, and inclusive governance. For the first time in our organization's history, we have achieved gender parity at senior leadership levels. And through the Gender Equality Acceleration Plan, we are working to deepen this progress, addressing the systemic barriers, strengthening accountability, and supporting member states' gender equality efforts. This also means working with the private sector. Through the United Nations Global Compact, we're engaging businesses to advance women's leadership in workplaces, boardrooms, and markets. From women entrepreneurs and business leaders to capital markets, including the Johannesburg Stock Exchange under the leadership of Valdine Reddy, we are reminded that economic power must also be part of the gender equality agenda. Because when women have access not only to voice, but to capital and decision-making power, they do not only participate in systems, they help to transform them. I urge all partners, from governments and the multilateral system to the private sector, philanthropy, and the civil society, to take concrete steps to invest in women's leadership and ensure that they have the resources, protection, and the support needed to lead. Let us move from dialogue to action, building partnerships that amplify women's voices and sustain their leadership journeys. Because when women lead, we strengthen societies, we deepen democracy, and we accelerate sustainable progress for all. NALAFEM has shown us what is possible, advancing advocacy, accountability, and innovation for women and girls across the continent. Let us build on this momentum. Let us stand in solidarity, because when women support women and girls, we are not only ensure women's access to power, we redefine it. I wish you all a successful and impactful summit. Thank you.
And what a powerful way to continue in the spirit of why we're here today. We'll learn more about commitments and pledges, because this is beyond talking points. It's about moving and making commitments and pledges. And commitments are being made by partners and putting into practice backing women. So if there's anyone who wants to make a commitment throughout this summit, there's a box right here. Write it down, put it in there, and continue to move the conversation beyond this room today. For now, though, I would like to welcome Suyen, President of Comena Fund, former President of the Nicaraguan Unión Democrática Renovadora, to share Comena Fund's commitment. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Before I share Comena Fund's commitment, I want to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to NALAFEM for convening this extraordinary summit. Really, congratulations to the incredible team behind it. Thank you for the vision, your courage, and your unwavering commitment to opening pathways for young African women to lead in politics. It is really an honor for me and for Kombena to be among so many remarkable women, political leaders, activists, and change makers. We really are very proud to be here. My name is Suyen Barahona. As was mentioned, I am the president of Kombena Fund, the fund dedicated to building a world where women in all of our beautiful diversity have the political support, networks, and sustainable infrastructure they need to lead. I'm also a feminist and a political leader from Nicaragua, where unfortunately a brutal dictatorship has consolidated. And for over 2 decades, I've been in the struggle for democracy and human rights in my own country. Prior to Kombena, I led a political party in Nicaragua. And in 2021, the Ortega dictatorship abducted me, as has been unfortunately the experience of so many women in politics, also in this continent. And they did it in front of my young son, 4 years old at that time. And I spent nearly 2 years in prison, experiencing conditions of torture, and that included also solitary confinement for almost 2 years. When I was released in 2023, along with 221 political prisoners, we were deported and we were stripped of our citizenship. I was erased from the legal registry of my country, and officially they say I don't exist, yet I am here. So I'm now in exile, and while I was in prison, the regime really tried to convince me that I was alone. But authoritarian governments and regimes around the world fail to understand that women like us, those of us here in this room who fight for our rights and justice, we are never truly alone. And what kept me alive during that period, of course, was my son and family, but really also the extraordinary solidarity of women across the world. And that is why these spaces are so deeply personal for me. And to my African sisters, political leaders and activists who are facing repression, imprisonment, or exile because you've dared to lead, please know that we stand with you, that I stand with you. And to those of you living in exile, as shared yesterday, I want to assure you that the horror will end and we will return to our countries. Today, I am proud to announce a new 500,000 funding initiative that Kombena Fund intends to disperse this year that will focus on strengthening women's political leadership across Africa. It's part of a broader effort to build the infrastructure needed to advance feminist, ethical, political leadership in Africa, and to strengthen South-South women-led transcontinental political movements across Africa, the Caribbean, Asia, and Latin America that are advancing new visions of solidarity, political agency, and a new global order. Africa is home to some of the world's most dynamic feminist movements, young democracy activists, women peace builders, and courageous political leaders that are also defending democratic institutions and advancing human rights, and are leading also on climate action at a moment when the world needs that leadership the most. This NALAFEM summit has called for a new alliance between political power and financial capital, one that makes women's leadership not symbolic, but durable and protected and transformative. And we at Kombena Fund, we're proud to put that vision into action. Through this initial commitment, Kombena Fund will support African organizations that are working at the intersection of women's political leadership with also a focus on the most marginalized. We hope to support work to disrupt technology-facilitated gender-based violence against women in politics, including disinformation and online harassment, to strengthen the pipeline of young feminist political leaders who champion democracy and inclusive governance and translate feminist vision into policy, to strengthen also financing for women's political leadership, supporting models that help women run for office, compete, govern, and sustain power, and to advance women's leadership on climate action, ensuring women shape the political decisions needed to confront one of Africa's defining challenges. The future of African democracy cannot depend on the courage of women alone. That has been expressed here at this conference. It must also be backed by the capital, the partnerships, and the political commitment that enable women to lead with influence and impact. Our ambition is to mobilize $50 million in investments in the women-led political infrastructure in Africa over the next 5 years. And today's 500,000 commitment is just one step towards that ambition. COMENA really invites philanthropies, donors, financial institutions, women investors, and private sector leaders to help build this new financing architecture. And as political leaders defending democracy and human rights put themselves in the crosshairs, the COMENA Fund believes that the moment demands unprecedented investments and solidarity. Thank you, asante to you all. We are NALA.
Well, thank you so much for that. Thank you for everything you do and for your courage and commitment. We're now moving to an exciting debate, right? The NALAFEM Academy Baraza. Baraza, I guess, is like conversation in Swahili. And the motion, before I invite our moderator, the motion before us is, this Baraza believes that women back women. That's the motion. Remember, this is now up for debate. This is an intergenerational debate that puts into practice co-leadership. No more sitting and watching a generation work. It's time to work side by side. Moderating is Dr. Leila Hussein, psychotherapist and global advocacy director of the Girl Generation. Please make your way on stage. We're excited to have you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We made it. The fact that we're all here is a big deal. We all know the current world we're living in is very difficult. So the fact that we made it, we're all here, we're showing up, I think is a big accomplishment. Thank you so much, NALAFEM, for asking me to do this. So this Bazaar believes that women back women. So the idea of this debate is not that we're going to agree or disagree. I really want us to really just open our minds to really just hearing both sides. So I know we don't have enough time. I just really want to invite my debaters to come on stage. Are they here? Perfect. I'm going to ask my debaters 10 seconds each just to introduce themselves. And then I can set the tone for you guys. So team one this side, team two that side. Thank you. 2, 1 here. As they're being seated, I just want to really set the tone. So we're asking everyone to ensure that this space is extremely safe. We really welcome disagreement, but we do not tolerate disrespect. This is not a space to disrespect anybody. It's a space to really, we want you guys to feel safe. So, today's debate, do women have the responsibility to intentionally invest in, mentor, financially support other women, or is that expectation unfair in a system that continues to disadvantage women? Before you answer, team one, quickly your name and which organization you're presenting. Just a few seconds. Yep, go ahead.
Morning, guys. My name is Eunice. I'm a Pan-African adolescent girl, and I'm representing the Pan-African Adolescent Girls Movement. Thank you.
Very good morning to you all. I'm Shukri Mahat. I'm a young Somali woman, a human rights lawyer, and a humanitarian practitioner. Currently, I serve as a project officer at Siha Network.
Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jennifer Awani Loro. Sorry if I seem a bit nervous. You guys just look so amazing. I'm like shocked. I'm representing the Pan-African Girls Movement.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nolita Mvunelo. I am from the Club of Rome. I work with the Club of Rome. It's an international association working on systemic transformation for well-being on an equitable planet. Thank you.
Perfect. I wanted the girls to have the stage by themselves. I will now join you so we can begin this debate. And we're going to have 2 minutes for each person. So, all right, ladies. Team one. Can you respond to that question? You have 2 minutes, and you can see we're counting. Go ahead.
Sorry. First of all, is to thank NALAFEM for this opportunity. And I'm seated here proud and unwavering to propose the motion that women can and do back other women. Let us take a look around this room before we even look at the history books. The evidence is right in front of us, and that is why with me here today, I have 6 solid points to prove it. My first point is that women can and do back other women through financial empowerment via chamas and cooperatives. Chamas are small circles here in Kenya. So in our communities, women don't wait for salvation, they build it. And that is why they join hands together and come up with these cooperatives and circles that offer startup loans and finance the agricultural projects and caution each other during tough financial times. And when the Communion and African banks close their doors to a woman, other women open theirs. Second is the power of mentorship, our present reality. Distinguished women from different backgrounds, different countries, different races are gathered here today to guide and teach and share and pour their experiences onto us, the young and upcoming women generation. Thirdly is the institutional support. A good example is NALAFEM that shows what happens when political and corporate worlds unite. They thrive. Look at the Pan-African Adolescent Girls Movement. It has united girls across different countries and different backgrounds to become politicians and can be able to dwell in politics, and who will later in future pull up other girls who the Pan-African Adolescent Girls Movements had not yet reached. The ultimate backbone, our mothers. The fiercest backing a woman receives starts at home. Our mothers are our first cheerleaders and our protectors. When we stumble or make mistakes, they don't discard us. They correct us with love and push us to succeed where they might have fallen short. Tradition, coexistence, and solidarity. Even with complex traditional structures, such as polygamous setups in our African heritage, we often see co-wives choosing to peacefully guide and support one another through their shared experiences of family life, forming deep bonds of friendship and solidarity rather than division.
Apologies, I'm going to stop you there. Perfect timing. Over to you. Let's hear your reactions as they're speaking. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leila. First of all, allow me to begin with one question. Who benefits when women compete against one another instead of becoming an allies and building one another. It certainly is not women, and it certainly is not our communities, and certainly not the future we are trying to build. For generations, we have seen women who have fought for a seat at the decision-making tables in our governments, our businesses, our boardrooms, and inside our communities. And today, more women than ever are finally reaching before those spaces. But I believe the question before us is no longer whether women can get there, because we already know, we can get there and we are already there. But the real question is, what do women do with power once they have it? And as the proposition, let us first be clear about when we are saying, yes, we believe women back women. We are not talking about blind loyalty. We are not talking about favoritism. We are just talking about women intentionally using their power, influence, and capital to create opportunities. So we boldly support this motion for 3 reasons. My first conviction is that power creates responsibility. History has shown us that no woman has transformed society alone, right? And from the global movement for women's suffrage to African women leading peace-building efforts to women advocating for equal representation across our continent, progress has always been driven by women who organized, mentored, advocated for, and stood beside one another. So therefore, leadership is not simply about bridging the gap. It's about making sure you are not the last woman to get there. Power is not a destination. Power is a responsibility. Second, because capital is far more than money. If capital were only about money, this summit would not exist. Look around this room. We have gathered from different countries, professions, and generations to share ideas, mentor one another, build partnerships, exchange ideas, and expand our network. This is capital. Influence is capital. Credibility is capital. Network is capital. Knowledge is capital. Mentorship is capital. And capital is also about opening a door that someone else has been knocking for years.
Perfect. Now, what we're going to say on this side, how we're going to respond to those points and some questions that were asked. Over to you.
So while my opponents, they paint like a very truly beautiful utopian picture of sisterhood, we have to ground ourselves in reality.
Humble yourselves, everybody.
Many times, women are often the primary gatekeepers of their own oppression. And these are my arguments for that. Firstly, we have the competition between women and other women. There's already like so few very special positions for women to fill, let's say, in leadership, in government, in politics. So instead of women trying to, let's say, push each other, to uplift each other, to fill those positions, they very often tend to fight one another so they can get it themselves. Secondly, is the perpetuation of patriarchal standards. Women very, very often, and I think we can all agree with this, unintentionally though, perpetuate these patriarchal standards. Like for example, in, let's say, first of all I'm a bit scared. And let's say in the perpetuation of, let's say, double standards, women tend to hold themselves or other women to far more like rigid child-rearing standards than they do men or let's say somebody else. You know, like, oh, you didn't wake up at 5 a.m. to cook for a child. Kwani, are you crazy? Like, why are you waking up late? There's also still in dating dynamics, women very often expect men to fulfill these traditional provider, protector roles, which is still patriarchal, even if it might be a good thing for them. And then there's also in child raising. When women have children, let's say a baby girl and a baby boy, the baby boy, let's say they get toys like trains, airplanes, pretend medical kits, while the women, the small now women, the baby girls, they get, let's say, baby dolls, they get cooking sets, they get pretend vacuums. And this is unintentionally, let's say, pushing the choices of the child to choose one thing than to choose another. And lastly is the self-prioritization in leadership positions. Women in leadership positions, they tend to prioritize their own self-interests instead of, let's say, coming out of those boxes and trying to uplift other women to join them as well. Instead of focusing on, let's say being a senator or a governor or an MCA, instead of focusing on, oh, how these women can also come up from the bottom and join me, they're very often focused on how do I secure my position to not be taken away from the men. And all this together is just still setting women backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Mic drop. Over to you.
Thank you, and I have to follow that. Also, it's interesting that I find myself on the other side of an intergenerational dialogue. You know, I'm the elder. That's crazy. It's new to me. But yes, let me add on to what Jennifer has said, right, is that we have good examples, we don't have systemic transformation. And that's the problem with the fact that women are not backing women at a systemic level of ensuring consistent change. I'll give 3 examples to what Jennifer was speaking about. The first, I'll start at home. I'm South African. South Africa has been championed for having a very high level of women participation in politics, in parliament. And also at the dawn of democracy, there were a lot of gender-based violence commissions and gender desks that were set up in different ministries, but those have been disbanded over time. And what we're finding is that actually when push comes to shove, women in leadership choose party over women. They choose to disband the gender priorities over the priorities of the party. And what we're seeing is that, and I'll again be frank about the case of South Africa, is that when push came to shove about who the presidential candidate should be, they chose to champion an accused rapist over the priorities of women. And that's not women backing women in a democracy that has some of the highest representation we see on the continent. Another example, I'll use South Africa again, a more present example like that's happening in the past month, is who are the loudest voices that are trying to push immigrants out of South Africa? It is women who are on the news talking about how to remove immigrants from South Africa. And what we're finding in the past couple of weeks is that we have Malawian, Zimbabwean women and children camping outside of buildings and government buildings, sheltering for safety, not showering, not having access to water or food, women oppressing other women, like in a dehumanizing way. Sorry, I'm getting a bit emotional about that. And the last example is that what we see, as Jennifer said, is that in top positions, there is the competition that happens. You know, there's only about 2 women that are going to have space to lead in these contexts, and they compete amongst themselves, they compete to keep themselves in that position. But also, I'll quote what Madam Minister from Nigeria said, is that capital and women in politics don't trust one another. And what I find is that there's 2 dynamics there, is that just because you're a woman, it does not mean that you are a leader worth backing. And there's no trust there. And also, on the side of capital also, if I am an activist and I am a political leader and I stand for women for certain causes, where did that capital come from? Was it created? Was that money for philanthropy created in a way that respects women, that takes care of the environment? Is me accepting your money creating an obligation that I will not be comfortable with meeting by the time you come back to cash the check that you have paid for? Thank you.
Ooh. Wow. This is a debate with slight shades being thrown at the same time. Over to this side. Go. Your response. How are you going to come back from this? As the elder in the middle, I'm bringing it back.
Actually, I still stand with women back women because women embrace the shine theory. That is, practicing genuine joy for one woman's success rather than viewing it as competition. And in the part of validation, women are actively listening and validating experiences without jumping into the fix-it mode. They listen. They offer the safe space that another woman lacks out there and makes her feel comfortable. That's why they've even opened the book clubs, communion meetings, so that they can be there, free to share their advices, more about the childcare, the family, if it's politics, what are the various regions that they feel like they're being suppressed down and how they're going to help each other. And they offer advocacy and mentorship. They recommend for high-profile projects, sharing salary and sorry, I'm a bit sensed also.
It's okay, deep breaths.
Advocacy and mentorship. They recommend for high-profile projects, sharing salary, offering guidance and counseling to those earlier in the careers. They offer that to the young generation that are joining into the careers. They give each other the follow-up steps. They show them these are the various regions. These are the various things that are going to come to you, and these are the various methods that you're going to use and curb these things when they come to you. And sponsorship. They go beyond the mentorship. By actively using professional capital, open doors and champion a woman for a promotion or board side. Let's take, for example, the Pan-African adolescent girls movement. If one day I was to be told that I'll be here, I'd actually laugh at myself, because,
The 2 minutes are over.
Sorry.
This is so hard to be in this position, to be strict with time like this. Go.
Many thanks to the opposition for their argument points. I will start, still we stand that women back women. And we wouldn't be here if women do not back women. So first of all, I would like to respond to the point that was women uphold patriarchy. Yes, patriarchy is a system, right? And that system to be changed, it needs all of us to be in the process of changing it. And the answer is not to abandon our solidarity. The answer is to raise a generation of women who consciously choose differently. And now coming to the point which was trust and the systematic change. Yes, institutions will not change by themselves. They need people. They need women who can choose differently. They need women who can say, I have already walked this road and I will not let like any other woman to be down. So, yes.
Over to you.
Okay, so earlier you said that power creates responsibility. Problem with that is that if you feel responsible for someone, you don't see them necessarily as your equal. And that does not always translate into that, which is why then when it comes to women creating space for other women, sometimes it doesn't translate to wide-scale systemic impact, because if I'm powerful and I have things to give to you, then are you really my equal? Because representation doesn't necessarily systematically challenge power. And also, another thing is that a speaker shared about, like the support and emotional support. To what extent can I love you into actually removing oppression from you? We always speak about, there's a lot of rhetoric, there's a lot of shared sentiment of like, we need to support women, we need to take care of girls, we need to support girls, and there are initiatives. I work on an initiative that is making sure that there's opportunities for women. But in terms of how that translates to how it happens at scale, it actually really requires that women fundamentally challenge some of the assumptions that we make about what it takes to build wealth, what it means to mobilize power around yourself as an individual. And do we have the humility to actually let go of that power when it's necessary to do so? And what we're finding, as we were arguing earlier, is that when those critical moments come, it's party over the people. It's I will pollute the river a little bit because I just need to pass the finances of this quarter and then I'll solve those problems later. It's treated as a nice to have.
Earlier, you mentioned how there's lots of solidarity and like peaceful coexistence in polygamous structures. And to that, I would say that while of course there is, at the same time there also is so much competition. I think we've all heard of these sayings of like people saying, Atigal, oh, if you become a co-wife, your life is basically ruined. You're going to become a slave. Or if you become a third or fourth wife, you're going to have no hierarchy in this household. And these, while these may be just like sayings, they also do come from a place of truth. Because very many times in these polygamous structures, these women are all fighting so hard for resources, or let's say for their husband's attention, for their own children. They do not have the time or the energy to be focusing on uplifting another woman when it very well might mean their own downfall. And then also, you mentioned how mothers are some of women's like first most powerful cheerleaders and protectors. And I do not believe this is true. I love my mother, without a doubt, of course I love her. But there are several moments in my life, even being as young as I am, where there have been stuff where she has said to me, or actions that she has taken, which have, let's say, impacted my self-confidence, or which have impacted the way I view the world and myself. And this also comes back to that competition between women. You've heard very many times of mothers competing with their own daughters for, let's say, even their own husband's attention, or affecting them, or insulting them about, let's say, their body image or the way they look, the way they dress. You can't say that mothers are their child's greatest protector when these things are still there. And then lastly, you also mentioned how women create these chamas and cooperatives. And while I do believe these help to an extent, they're not used very large scale. And I think my issue with it is that they tend to...
So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give this side 1 minute and then 1 minute. So maybe one of you can respond, and then I'm going to give you 1 more minute, because I want to take some comments from the audience as well. Who wants to have a go? Go.
I want to respond to the point that you have raised, that was that Bawa is responsibility, and since how long can it go, that responsibility? When we are saying Bawa is a responsibility, what we basically mean is when you get that chance, for example, that position in the government, in boardrooms, in parliament, in whatever, don't you believe, or don't you have that you were given this opportunity, or let's say you were not given even the opportunity, but as a womanhood, doesn't your sense gives you to support and give opportunity to another woman? That is basically what responsibility is.
I would disagree with your statement. You saying that once you're in power, that let's say a woman is still able to think about other women. At the end of the day, women are human beings, and they have a very, very incredible, strong sense of survival. Women are not just women. They're mothers, they're sisters, they're siblings, they're friends. When women are given this power, they're most often going to, and it's a very natural thing to think about themselves first, or how do I help my family, how do I help my children, before I think of helping other women. So even though that they are responsible with the power that they have, it's very unlikely that they are going to use it as a way to uplift other women.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, a round of applause to both sides. I think I just want to leave with just a few comments. I think both statements can absolutely be true, and these are lived experiences. Women do unfortunately face such barriers, and sometimes women also do perpetrate against others. So this is where I stand in this. So I've just been told we will not be taking comments from the audience. However, I'm going to ask Reem to come up for a few seconds just to explain. There'll be a voting system, so you're going to decide which side you now belong to. It will be anonymous, don't worry.
All right, so just to make it clear to also the debaters that this is not a reflection on your quality of your debate. I think we can all, by a clap, show how amazing it was. So this is more of a pulse check from we spent the whole of yesterday talking about this, and we're going to go into side events later on. So it's more of a pulse check. So we're going to do it by cheering, okay? So I'm going to start with the first motion, with the first team. So this Baraza believes that women back women. Okay, this Baraza believes that women do not back women? Okay, let's do this one more time because it's not very clear, and I'm going to ask our patrons to listen and to decide which one was better, okay? All right, this Baraza believes that women back women.
I'm still in moderation, so I cannot share my thoughts on it.
This Baraza believes that women do not back women. All right. Dr. Obi and Dr. Jennifer.
I think what we've just had is a group of very intelligent young women, you know, clearly just showing us what is possible when women gather. And the group that was debating for that assertion, you've done very well. Your points were very solid. And I agree absolutely with you that women back women. The group that opposed, you were very good. I mean, like you were so analytical about the points. The two of you are such a duo. I mean, come on, clap for these girls. Your points were given. In Nigeria, that's what the Gen Z say. When something is good, they say it's given. And what I want to say about your points is actually that what you were setting out for us are the work that remained to be done. That's just what you were saying. You're saying, yes, women back women. But by the way, we have so many barriers that are still entrenched on our way to equality because we're not being consciously deliberative in tackling these other issues. Sometimes when the women even act, they don't act based on knowledge. So it's not like they woke up and said, I'm going to oppose another woman. The social constructs have sort of narrowed them into certain patterns of behavior. So what it means is that we have a lot of advocacy work that is cut out for us based on the things that you said. But to summarize, I want you to know that some analytical work has also been done to understand this. So for example, on the matter of wage disparity, and I want to say that because some of you are hiring for other women in your organizations. So there was a study that was done, and it showed that just because women were hiring women, they were not actually bridging the wage disparity. So there was always like a 7% higher earning by men hired by women than they gave the women that they hired. Do you understand? So this is right within your power to change as soon as you get back home, right? That's why this Baraza is very helpful. Another thing it found, another study found that the scarcity effect, which you were talking about, is because women are already raised to feel like they are scarce. And so we've got to have programs that tell women about the abundance mindset. It is not a zero-sum game, girls. It's not. The fact that someone is progressing does not mean that you can't progress. You've got to have an abundance mindset. We don't need one great person. We need many great people. And so it is for us to invest in producing them. And then the third point is the queen bee phenomenon. Huh? Yeah. But then the queen bee phenomenon also exists amongst men. And so it really is about getting people to understand the power of collaboration. And the best people that can get outcomes from collaboration are women. The more women collaborate, the more they grow together. And so I turn to you again, the ones who carry the card for what we all want to hear, which is that women back other women. I want you to know that your points were very solid. The reason we're all here is that women are backing other women. The reason that we're going to continue to have the programs of NALAFEM is because women are backing other women. The reason that Aya can disrupt my schedule at any time, because it's a crazy schedule, but I'm sitting with you for 2 days, and my office is wondering, what, you are sitting at a program for 2 days? It's because women back other women. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our amazing patron. I think we need a reflection from our other patron. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. The elephant in the room is not whether women should get together. The elephant in the room is we must. It is a must. It is the only thing that is going to save women and move them forward. We must be together. Sisterhood is global. This has been repeated all the time. I grew up in the village. And in that village, when one woman gave birth, because that is a big thing in the village, all women came together, cooked, brought firewood, got water, fetched water, until that woman was well enough to run a household. I built a bank, Kenya Women Microfinance Bank, banked by women. They got into groups. They repaid their loans. They built their homes. They have put iron sheets on their grass houses. Women back other women. And it works. And it must work. In Kenya, who are Kenyans, we have what we call chamas. Now, for the women who are like Gen Zs, women get together. They have created big businesses. I can tell you that. They have made money. They are real. These are real people I'm talking about. Chamas in Kenya have women getting together, contributing together, investing together, correcting each other, standing for each other when one can't repay the loan. That has pushed the women from what I said yesterday, 14% in the financial sector, to now 87%. 2026 figures. I think women working together works. I said yesterday, in 1975, at the first UN Women Conference in Mexico, women got together, began the microfinance movement, bringing women into financial inclusion. Now it's global. Now it's the in thing. It's the women who started it. So I think that it is possible. It is necessary. It is a must. It's the only strategy that is going to move us forward. In statistics, when women get together and contribute, if women had a chance to contribute the way they must contribute, we will give the economy globally $28 trillion. And that will change the entire financial landscape. Finally, let me say this. The future belongs to women. The world will have to reckon with it. However, women have to get together because sisterhood is global. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our patrons and to our esteemed debaters and moderator.
Thank you. I just wanted to just say one more time, I think it's really important we continue to create such spaces, because I think it's important that we do have different opinions. I think to the NALAFEM team, thank you so much for creating a safe space to have this conversation. Maybe for the next NALAFEM, more debates, because I think this is the kind of conversations that we need. Thank you all for your courage and your honesty, and this is just the beginning of a conversation. So, and everybody, thank you so much for engaging in this, and thank you all, and thank you all so much for coming and being part of this, and for voting. I will let you know what I think in our break.
Thank you so much. So as our debaters leave the stage, just a quick announcement. We're going to be moving into coffee break, and we have to do this quickly because we need to split the room into 3, okay? Following the coffee break, we are moving into side events. You have all signed up to different side events, and the names of the side events are going to be on the screens outside each room. So this room will be split into 3, and then there are 2 boardrooms that are outside from that side, okay? There will also be the lists of the names of everybody who will be, who signed up for each side event. So please do stick to these lists as it's about capacity for the rooms, all right? You will have 90 minutes for the first round, and then volunteers will come around to ask you to switch. Please do switch to give equitable time to the next round, and then we will move into lunch, all right? And
thank you for your leadership and commitments, and for really creating this space. I also wanted to extend a welcome and thank you to some of our distinguished speakers: Enas Abdallah, Winnie Kisa, former member of parliament from Uganda; Chantal Faida, a social activist and political leader from Democratic Republic of the Congo; and Aisha Yesufu, a political activist and co-founder of Bring Back Our Girls movement in Nigeria. We really are very honored for your presence and grateful for making the time out of a very demanding schedules that you all have, and for bringing your wisdom and your also experience. As I've shared, I think before, I'm the president of Colmena Fund. We're a fund dedicated to accelerating the political power of women across the global majority, and we're also very much focused on also advancing women's political leadership and supporting those most marginalized as well. And for me, as I expressed, I think on the stage, this is very personal, and this conversation is very personal. I come from Central America, from Nicaragua, a country that is also marked by a painful history of conflict, repression, and impunity. And I am, as I shared before, also in exile. So when we speak about peace, which is part of this conversation, is really not abstract for me. It's there's an urgency, and it's also lived experience, and profoundly political. And we feel at Colmena Fund that globally, not only in this region, we are at a really critical inflection point. We are seeing the escalation of conflict and crisis, and a deepening of backlash. And we feel that it's important to create intentional spaces like this one for political strategizing and collective reflection, and for imagination as well. And And we, part of why we convened this dialogue is because we do believe in the that a transformative vision of peace must be centered also on ethical women's political leadership, and that this moment does demand that courageous pro-rights women leaders are not only included, but are positioned at the forefront of peace building and political decision making. We feel that this leadership has the capacity to rebuild trust, to expand democratic spaces, and to generate a momentum that is missing in the current peace efforts, in different peace efforts. But we know that this doesn't happen by chance, that there's also, it requires a political will and deliberate investment and strong movement and collective strategy. Today's conversation is also a part of a broader initiative to really shape a women-led partnership for peace and what that could look like. And we feel that we see this gathering as part of that effort. An effort to really build that partnership for peace, and one that is really capable of advancing an alternative also vision in a more just, democratic, and inclusive vision of peace across Africa and beyond. And we hope that that this the conversation can also help us in strengthening some of the relationships, strategies, and collective action that is needed. We have today an extraordinary group of leaders in the room, and we are very, very grateful for you to be here, and that we hope that you bring and we reflect not only on the challenges, but also how we imagine and can build the political futures that we know are possible and that we deserve. So it's with great pleasure that I hand the conversation now to our moderator, Sara Mukasa, a Pan-African feminist and an amazing ally, who will ground us further also in this conversation and why the urgency for Africa today. Thank you, Sarah, and I leave it to you.
Thank you so much, Suyen, and a very warm welcome to all of you. It's an honor for me to be here amongst this distinguished panel of speakers. We want, as Suyen has said, to have a conversation about how we build the infrastructure for peace that is allied to the values that we hold as feminist political leadership. I will just try in a few minutes to summarize why the urgency. And I think, I think right now we do need feminist political leadership more than ever on this continent. Never has it been so abundantly clear that patriarchal, male, might is right leadership is failing all of us, including those who feel that they wield power from it. Because in that context, power is very illusionary. You have it 1 minute and it's gone the next. Most of us are grappling with the multiple layers of complexity that is emanating from several interlocking and mutually reinforcing crises that impact our lives as African women and as activists for peace. I'll try and summarize them very quickly, politically, and these are not comprehensive. We can add to them as we go through the discussion. I think the most important underlying feature of our political contexts now is the deeply militarized political landscapes that are at the same time hollowing out state capacities and responsibility to protect and safeguard the rights of citizens. All the institutions that were set up by almost all our constitutions to safeguard the rights of citizens, judiciary, constitutional oversight, integrity of rule and law, and so on, have been deeply subordinated to the interests of a cabal of a few who hold military power. On our continent, military expenditure for 2025, actually global military expenditure for 2025, was in excess of $290 billion. An increase, an 11th year increase, and as part of that has been nuclear, the rush for nuclear power. So within that, the emerging narratives of peace are undergirded by militarized notions of might is right. If I have the power to shut you up, then I am right. And of course, they use the tools of militarized power, surveillance, weaponizing, all the things that we have talked about. Weaponizing the law, civic space, media shutdown, and hijacking of electoral processes. Many of us go through electoral processes in which the result is determined way before. Yeah? In fact, now to win an election, all you need is the judiciary and the electoral commission, nothing else. That is reinforced by what's happening economically, the geopolitical contestations and rivalry for global domination, and the competition to control the next generation of capital, the critical minerals and other resources that drive this technical revolution. And the capture of economic policy by private actors that are driving, the policies that are driving the interests of profit at the expense of care, mutual support, and sustainable development. Socially, we again see the alliance between far-right, deeply conservative, cultural and religious alliances that have evolved, that have eroded many of the gains that we have made for gender justice. So, mobilizing tools such as technology to facilitate gender-based violence, anti-immigration and refugee and racialized notions of power. All these we're grappling with. They're reinforcing and mutually supporting one another. So anytime we find ourselves as peace activists, we find ourselves at the confluence of these three elements. So within this current space that we're in, how do we generate a narrative for peace that encompasses the principles that many of us have worked for over the years, that reinforce care, reinforce solidarity, regenerative, and so on. So I'm nervously looking at the time, and I don't want to hog the discussion. We will have, we will begin the conversation with, we will begin the conversation with Anas Abdallah. She is the development practitioner and feminist and peace activist, coordinator at NALAFEM Sudan Task Force. Now, Anas, you will begin by giving us a canter around what are the top trends that are shaping present and future of peace and the field of women's rights in Africa, and why and how do we need to politically organize for a transformative future of peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm so happy that we made it like a round table, because I feel very traumatized by how peace agreements in Sudan now, they are like just like a square table that just involve like two parties and excluding like many communities that they are facing the horror of the war in Sudan. So the roundtable just bring the perspectives of everyone's comments, nodding. Examples are important to be included in the conversation. So I'm very happy to share this space with all of you. So as I reflect on today's theme, African women, political leaders, reimagining peace, power, and political futures, it came to my head of how seeing like social media, exploring how the narratives of the current war in Sudan, how people like speaking about it, and our international forums. And I realized that we spent a great deal talking about war. We discuss military capacity, we analyze the strategic advantages, we predict conflict, and also I realized that while we're seeing the current war between also US, Israel, and Iran, and we calculate cost and gains, and we assess who is winning and who is losing as well. So, and increasingly, particularly online, conflict is discussed almost as if it were an inevitable feature of political lives, as if it's supposed to happen in order for us to start all over again. Yet, remarkably, few of these conversations ask a fundamental question: how do we collectively end war itself? So I think this tells us something important about the political moment that we currently live in. And as Sarah said, there is like a normalization of militarization. And in a side of how like across the world, military response are increasingly presented as primary solution to political problems. And how, for example, countries that they were ignoring the military side and they were spending in health and care, now they are panicking and they're saying, oh, like now we are missing the deal and we're supposed to put and to allocate things to militarization. So security is defined through force, deterrence, and control, while the political, economic, and social conditions that produce insecurity remained unaddressed. And at the same time, many governments that once presented themselves as champions of democracy and human rights are stepping backwards on gender equality. And it's something that might be like happening in US or it happening in countries in the Western side. But it's a great deal, right? When those countries back off, it means it will also affect the global South. And we are seeing the rise of increasingly conservative political movements that challenge long-standing gains in women's rights and seek to redefine women's roles in society, as well as how now the UK, Germany, and the countries that they were backing with funding on these matters, now they're stepping out. So cuts to development assistance and shrinking these spaces, the civic spaces particularly, and economic inequality and democratic decline all shape of political realities within which African women organize, lead, and resist. So for me, these are some of the defining trends that shaping the present and the future of peace and women's rights in our continent. And when we speak about also like women leadership and how we want to organize, it was interesting earlier in the debate how there were like a conversation between women don't back women and how leadership's supposed to look like. So that's also as well as maybe it was like a way of bringing us to reality, it's important also to understand what type of political leadership we also want to imagine. Because representation alone is not enough. And we brought an example from South Africa, the other lady. So we have examples across the world where women's representation has increased without fundamentally transforming these spaces. And we have examples in Sudan, with bringing women to the peace talks. But what exactly they are bringing with this leadership. Are they really representing women and their voices? So the question is not only whether women are present in politics, the question is whether politics themselves are capable of producing the type of justice that we also want. So this is why the type of leadership we want, as you asked me previously, Sarah, is the feminist leadership remains very important, because it doesn't call for just like increasing women and just like bag them last moment and just like gather them in a conference and give them advocacy and just bring them next day to the ALPS talks in Geneva or like to the EGAT talks, or just bring as much women as possible that they are in the screen, because it's supposed to also like bring the question about what we want from the ground and what perspectives from the grassroots in the ground we want to bring and highlight. So the question that we should ask is also like, can feminist political leadership provide an effective response to the current political moment while navigating the enormous challenges that exist within our own context? Because there is another trend unfolding alongside this crisis. Because across Africa, women are organizing, defined democratic. We meet every day and we just talk about politics, and we create alliances across political, generational and geographical boundaries. So women are sustaining community through conflicts and uncertainty, through internet shutdown, through electricity shutdown, through bombing happening outside. So they are organizing. And perhaps most importantly, women continue to refuse the idea that militarization is supposed to be an option at the first place. And I believe feminist spaces have long challenged us to understand that war does not emerge in isolation. And war is not simply an event. It's produced, it's sustained by billions, and it's a broader system of power that normalizes domination, reward extraction, and treat violence as legitimate. And if that is true, the space must be more than just the absence of war, right? Not just like the negative idea of peace. Peace must be more than agreement signed between elites after violence have already occurred. And this is why I believe peace is fundamentally a political project as well. If we want a transformative future of peace, we must organize politically for it. And coming from Sudan, these questions are not abstract. It's something that we every day think about it whenever we see another disappointment peace agreement that goes into the fade, and just like no one is again talking about it, and another country propose another one. So there are questions we live with every day. So Sudan reminds us that devastating consequence of militarized politics as well. But it also reminds us of something that is amazing, that is folding in front of our eyes, that extraordinary political leadership of women we continue to organize, advocate, and we have hope, although after 4 years of not exit door, we don't see the light, but we're still trying to imagine it. So through the NALAFEM task force that I'm part of, and through countless women-led initiatives created by also and supported by NALAFEM, we continue to witness women refusing to accept that peace should be negotiated only among those who carry weapons and only among the ones that have their own gains, and they are treating peace as a political marketplace, that they go and shop with the countries that they have the same bonds on the same future project with, without bringing any kinds of like what kind of people died, numbers, rape. It's not important. So this work reminds us that peace is not simply something that emerged from agreements signed by elites. Peace is something that continues to be built and defined and sustained. And perhaps this is where I would like to leave us to begin our discussion with, that the challenge before us is not only to silence guns, the challenge is also to dismantle the systems that make this possible. And also the challenge is to imagine the political and economic and social conditions that allow people to live with this kind of insecurity. And it's also how we want to imagine our political in the future. Like, if tomorrow the guns is stopped in Sudan or in other countries, what kind of political representation we want to advocate for. And so that's my remarks for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Inas. You've really, laid out the foundation for us. And for me, what has struck me is the way in which we are being led to believe that militarism and war are inevitable, and that you cannot get peace without going to war. And it is only those who have the weapons who are, called onto the negotiating tables. And thank you also for letting us, understand that it isn't simply enough to just have women. Women have to have an agenda that is transformative, that involves the voices and the aspirations and the agency of those who are most ignored and left behind and who pay the highest price for the war. That is the women at the local levels, and to recognize the organizing that they do. This is not an easy task, but it is nevertheless the task that we set ourselves as feminists working for peace. So we're going to expand a little bit more now with three amazing activists. An inspiration of mine, Winnie Kiza, a former member of parliament in Uganda, and the first woman leader of the opposition of the parliament of Uganda. She did a sterling job through a very, very difficult situation. There is so much more to say about her, but in the interests of time. I'm also welcoming Chantal Faida from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, who is also an amazing political activist, as well as a gender justice organizing. And it will be interesting to hear how she combines that in the spaces that she's in. Aisha Yusufu, who is a political activist and co-founder of Bring Back Our Girls from Nigeria, that amazing movement. Welcome to all of you. I have a series of questions to ask you, following on from what Enas said. And I'll begin with you, Honorable Winnie. Tell us, what does peace look like when African women define an agenda, and how do we lead it?
Thank you so much, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, I come from Uganda, like you have said, a country, to the best of my understanding, that has never witnessed peace. From the inception, from the word go, the country has never had peace. 40 years ago, we thought we had entered a fresh chapter, a chapter of peace, a chapter of stability, a chapter of tranquility, only to be served a raw deal. Because as we speak, there is no peace. We have had conflicts. The Refugee Law Project documented a compendium of conflicts in Uganda, and there is a revelation of 125 conflicts that have happened in Uganda. When we cross over to our neighbors in the Democratic Republic of Congo, there were over 200 conflicts that have happened. You cross over to the Sudan, it's worse. Coming here to Kenya, going to Tanzania, and indeed the entire African continent, we have been a continent that has not witnessed peace. But at the center of all these conflicts, women pay the biggest price. Women are disproportionately affected than everybody, and yet they are not the ones that begin these conflicts. Because of fight for power, men muzzle the interests of women. And so, to us, the African women leaders do believe that peace is not a mere silence of guns, like our sister from Sudan did mention. It is the presence of justice. And so when women reimagine peace and lead it, their issue is to see or usher in peace that is transformative, usher in peace that heals the wounds, usher in peace that mend the broken hearts, usher in peace that will bring justice and dignity. When women imagine and lead peace, they go to the root causes of the instability. Because for them, peace is when the care systems are working, the healthcare systems are working. To the women, it's when the education system answers the needs and aspirations of the communities. To them, it's that social services are easily provided. Are their girls safe when they go to school? Can they participate in the money economy? Because to the women, that is also insecurity. Is there food that they can survive on? Is there shelter that they can lay their heads under? While the men will think that peace is when the guns are silent, the African woman political leader looks far deeper than only the guns. And so it matters a lot that women are the center of peace negotiations. We have seen it work in countries where women have been involved. In Uganda, most especially with the Northern War, when formidable women like the Honorable Betty Bigombe were brought on board, that is when government began to realize that it's not only the silence of guns that would keep the people's hearts at peace. We had stories and live stories of people singing before government officials that you're welcome, thank you for coming, there is no more virgin in Gulu, the education is poor, but all the same we are happy. Bringing to us the aspect of you may see our teeth and you think we are smiling, but the hearts are bleeding. And that is what happens when women are sidelined in the spaces of peacekeeping. And we do believe that with the empathy that the women harbor, it's very, very important to let them lead and reimagine peace. That's my conviction. That's my belief, that when women lead, the world celebrates. That's why the women of Africa, most especially the political leaders, I'll call upon you, that peace is justice, peace is our dignity, and peace is shared power. So it's important that we be in these spaces where peace deals are signed, where negotiations take place, because it matters to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Chantal, if I may turn to you. We've heard what the vision is, we've heard what the aspirations are when women lead peace. I would like to ask you, how are you sustaining political resistance and building power amid the conflict and democratic backsliding in your country in order that we can build the infrastructure for women in peace?
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Chantal from Congo, Kinshasa, and a human rights activist. I've run for elections twice. I didn't win, but I'm still passionate about politics.
It was postponed.
It was postponed. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, because when I was very young, I was displaced with my family since 1994, when in Rwanda they started the war. And then since that day up to now, I can say 3 decades now, we are being displaced from one side to another. It's not easy. And my family, when I was asking why are we fleeing every time, they were saying it's politics. Only that. So I say, why these politics can't help us to live in peace? And they say it's complicated. You can't understand. And then I grew up thinking about that politics, which is very complicated. Why can't we find a peace? And so I was passionate. I started to learn about politics. And I can say my father is really my model because he holds a radio everywhere he is. So I was asking, what are you listening in politics perspective about peace? So myself, I've tried to do that everywhere. I have to follow the news. So we are going to know if tomorrow we have to flee again because of the war. So 3 decades now in Congo, we have lived a war situations, an aggressive war, and just war because of our minerals. And I can say every one of us, we have a piece of Congo in our hands because we have funds, and funds we create them with minerals coming from Congo. And those international actors, they don't mind if blood are bleeding so that they can get those minerals. They don't mind. They don't even ask what are these minerals come from. Do you follow the diligence so that you can find it well, especially in North Kivu, where I've been living. And nowadays in our country, we are divided. I can't go to the eastern parts. Since 2022, 23, we have rebels who are controlling a big part of our country. We are 120 millions of people in Congo, and they are controlling 25 millions of people. And in the other parts, the western parts in Kinshasa, where I'm now, we are living like there is no war there. The leaders, they don't mind. While the leaders, some years ago, were in the oppositions. But they have created misery and a climate of terror and sign exploitative contracts once they come to power. Why the population is forgotten? That's my questions. And we have been trained as human rights activists with the resolution 1325, and we have many plans to implement it, but we do not have budgets. So we are talking about protection, participation, and empowerment, but there is no budget. It's still on the paper. And for women, we have been following all the negotiations process, but we are outside the table, just outside. We do not have spaces because we are not rebels or we are not leaders. You have to choose. If you want to be at the table, you must be something. Are you leaders? Or to become to become leaders, you need to have great money. In our country, when we have elections, people don't care about your speech, your ideas. They see what you give them. A shirt, salt, meals, even shoes. You pay school fees for kids, and then you get the vote. They don't care. So for us, we have leaders. They are wealthy. We can say that it's true. But they don't mind what people are going through. And when we attempt to go to another cycle of elections, we have to wait again for those wealthy people to come, share the money. So what are we doing now on the ground as activists? We are training people, especially girls and women, so that they can be educated and choose well when it comes to elections. Not choose the money, but choose the people who will try to work for people, especially women. We do not have affirmative action in our law So we are fighting for that in our country. I'm the one who's leading that so we can have 30% of women into the parliament. Nowadays, we have only 12% of women. And those, I can say, they are wives of, they are daughters of, because they have money. But if you are in a civil society, you have great ideas, you can't win. That's the big issue. Because we are many, we are struggling, we have ideas, we have followed all the negotiations process, and we have found that it's only the will, the goodwill of the leaders, so we can have peace. But those leaders, we have been living with them, but when they get into position, they change. They start going Western countries, they don't care. All their families live there. When we have war, they don't care. They just take the first flight and they go. So we are let alone on the ground fighting with the rebels. Sometimes you have to cooperate with them because if you do not do that, they will kill you. You don't have. So the other parts, the leaders will say, you are cooperating with the rebels, so you are the one of them. They banned you. You can't travel. They try to abdict you. And the other side, when you with the Western government, they say you are cooperating with them. You can't arrive in our parts. So it's very complicated. But we are working with women to train them so they can become great leaders. Sometimes we allow them to look for money because that's the formula. If you want to get into those positions, you have to get money. The second point is about the UN resolution 1325. We are trying to look for money so that we can have many women into leadership position, peace negotiation process. And thank you, Carmena, for this great opportunity you are giving to women so that they can be among the table to share their ideas. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chantal, for really laying out the reality of trying to organize politically in our context. I think it's a very important thing that we should take into account because it is about to get worse. I want to turn to you, Aisha. Now, you built an enormously powerful campaign, Bring Back Our Girls, in what were very similar circumstances. I'd like to learn from you. I'd like to ask you the same question. How have you been organizing and sustaining the political resistance and agency, right, to bring about a shift in how we understand peace in what were very difficult circumstances?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I think I'm going to start from a saying by one of, Nigerian politicians who is late now, because this particular saying is attributed to him, Malam Aminu Kano. He said, "Nigeria will know no peace until the child of nobody can become somebody without knowing anybody." So at the end of the day, like has already been established by those who have spoken before me this morning, for you to be able to have peace, there has to be good governance. So like, peace, like they say, it's not the absence of war, it's that presence of justice. When we're talking about peace, we have to look at it from a perspective of how just is the society. And if you're looking for a society that is just, you also have to look at what's the level of empathy the leaders in that society have. So that's where politically it's important that the way and manner in which we, elect our leaders. At the Bring Back Our Girls movement, we started because 276 school children were taken away. And amidst the things that had happened, it was almost like, how can we allow any of this, to be done and nobody is saying anything? But along the way, we came to realize that the fundamental issue was governance, right? And
that process of governance, if you don't have the right governance, you then will not be able to have a society where people can coexist peacefully. And the people who are in governance, how do they come in? They come in through politics. One of the things that we all need to understand is that life is not a pizza man. It doesn't do delivery. If you don't go out there to get what you want, it's not going to come to you. No matter how you think it's unfair, nothing is going to change. And I think also, maybe for me to digress a little bit, is that we also have to have a mindset shift. The conversations we keep on having is a kind of conversation where you're waiting for someone to think this is the right thing to do, and they do it. Nobody's going to do the right thing. Nobody is enjoying power to relinquish it for another person to come in. And I hear you when you talked about politicians, even those who are in opposition, when they get into office, what then happens? They go rogue. But in recent times, part of the questions I've been asking in my country is that what moral justification do we have to tell politicians not to go rogue, to tell them not to be corrupt, to tell them to do the right thing? Because when they are coming into office, so many demands are made on them. People pay. If I pay you for a vote, if I come into politics, I'm using my money, it's no longer politics, it's business. It's entrepreneurship. And when I get there, I'm first of all going to make my profit. There's nothing, the social contract is not binding because I paid for it. So what demands do you have, to ask me? Is that 1 minute, or 1 minute? I can add more. Is it 60 seconds? Okay. Okay, so those are the things, we also then need to ask. So for me here, so as a movement, we realized we needed to focus on the political side of issues. Like you heard yesterday from Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, she ran for office. So it was very difficult for her because she had been in that generation where they wanted nothing to do with politics. But she had to ask herself, her disdain for politics and her disdain for the atrocities that were being done in Nigeria, which was more. And then she came out and ran. But here is the thing, and this is what I want a lot of us to understand. As women, and I'll round up quickly. As women, we do a lot of the work. If you go to schools, we have what they call PTAs, right? Parents Teachers Association, where it's leadership, it's what we call Jackie work in Nigeria, work. Who are the people who are leading? No. In your country, I don't know. In my country, it's women. Because nobody is paying. When you're looking for leadership where it is soft ahead, we see women there. Even advocacy. A lot of the women that are in advocacy actually want to be in politics. Because let's get something straight. Advocacy and politics, the end result is the same. It's for the greater good. It is the process of achieving it that differs. Those in advocacy, they point out the problem. The ones in politics solve the problem. And so most times you find that a lot of women, we do very well in politics, but because of the things, the roadblocks that are involved, they stay back. So how do we take away the roadblocks? Those are the things we need to do. It's a pool. If we remember our probability, red balls, black balls, blue balls, right? The ones that you have more number of, if you're picking out of a box, you're going to pick the one that has more numbers. Because the probability of getting those numbers are going to be more. It's the same thing we have in politics. And then another thing we need to do also is to remove this barrier where we feel that the moment people are in advocacy, they can no longer participate in politics. And even for those who move into politics, you are seen as betrayers. Even the people that you're doing advocacy together with, they will make you an outcast. If we want to get into leadership, we need to push more women into politics. Look, excuse me, I don't care. Let's forget about your, criteria, your degree, your whatever. First of all, enter. When you get in there, we begin to sieve. Because we sit back, we hold ourselves back. We say, oh, do I have the degree? Do I have this? Do I have that? 2021, I decided I wanted to go into politics, right? Guess what I started doing? Yeah, so I'll just run. Guess what I started doing? Started getting all those degrees. I'm a science student, started doing a law, I've done economics.
Freaking hell, I'm sorry for my language. My male counterpart isn't thinking that way. They are not thinking of competence. They just jump in. So if more of us can jump in, begin to participate, that's the way as we go into that bottleneck, we're going to start having people go in. So less of the talk, more of the action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see we have been stirred by that submission. We started late, and I'm told we only have 10 minutes to finish. So I'm going to open up the floor for sharing experiences before giving the speakers a minute or two to conclude on what are the key recommendations we're making. And, oh my gosh, we will have to end at some point. So please, let's keep our comments short. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll take 5, 6. Short, succinct, and offer insights.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi everyone, my name is Kessie Komo. I'm from the Central African Republic and I'm a CEO. So I'm not a politician, but I work a lot with politicians. And something I notice is that politicians, they know the power, they acknowledge the power of women, not just on the field, but also in the room. And they open, in most of our countries, they open the door to a lot of women, but it's a closed door. When those women enter there, they use those women like to break down the other women, and I think it's something we have to pay attention to. My second point is I will deal with the fatigue of women, because here we are all empowered, we are pushing, but there's around in our countries there's a lot of women who are really tired because of the closing of civic space. So I think we have to think about it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wanshiko Thiga. I'm a politician in Kenya. I want to communicate that Kenya stood with Sudan. This regime hosted RSF. It is in this city that they created a political charter. And because you're also in this city, it is important that you come out with that declaration as well. Condemn it. Let's come out with an action point, because it's this very city that also hosted RSF that kills and maims women and children in Sudan. I also want to speak about, that was on criminalization of politics. I also want, militarization. I want to talk about criminalization very quick. Young people, we have a protest culture in Kenya because that's what gives us results. I want to talk about this, actually it's last month on 25th. We've seen how they're using military weapons. For example, we had this new van that will produce a certain sound. I think you saw on TikTok that will like pierce your ears or something on your eardrums. It's very harmful and it's escalating. And surveillance is on all-time high also in Kenya, and I know Uganda as well and Tanzania. So this is really happening in East Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Aisha Waligo from Uganda. Actually, I wanted to raise on an issue of political party politics, which really affects women participation. And by the time we realize that political parties in our countries is one of the deviation factors that separates women potential in performance, then it will be really very hard to bring more women. How I really think that we go overboard and look at our political party, amidst our political affiliations, we come back and start considering seriously ourselves as women, we work as women, rather than going out to positions given by political parties with positions in most cases are not yielding benefits for the grassroots women. Thank you.
My name is Leseho and I'm from Botswana. I think the case I'm wondering that we need to make around investing in women political leadership is the structures that we invest in terms of entrepreneurship We invest from a very small scale to the very largest scale. So we'll go to microfinancing, and you can go as little as $500 as an example. But when we invest in political leadership, we kind of pick the best of the best or the most visible in a lot of these spaces. So I think there's a structural sort of conversation we need to have on how we invest in leadership, political leadership. And secondly, I think there's a big gap in terms of political leadership and leadership within governance, and sort of thinking around how do we invest in women who hold technical government positions to also politicize themselves in these places, because that's where decisions are also made. Thank you.
There's number 5 and then number 6. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Brenda Namata from Policy Uganda. I just wished to say that we need to draw urgent attention to the issue of invisible recognition and documentation of the contributions that women have in peace building as far as conflict is concerned, and also bringing to order the powers that hold in conflicts and building wars in the different countries. I believe that women have been able to negotiate peace building both in boardrooms and in bedrooms. Bedrooms meaning that they have softened the hearts of warlords and the powers that call onto these wars within the different countries. However, majority of the efforts of women have gone undocumented, unseen, and very invisible. So it's a call to action to see that we are able to document and amplify the contributions that we as women are having as far as peace building is concerned. Perhaps it can draw attention to the many stakeholders to draw us more on the table of dialogue and action. Thank you.
Last one. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kimberly Bebe from Constitution Defenders Forum in Zimbabwe. We are from Zimbabwe, and Southern African political landscape is different from Northern African political landscape. So sometimes we feel that as Southern African women, we are left out on certain issues. We're far away from African Union meetings. We're far away from IGAD. We're far away from all these opportunities. And secondly, in Zimbabwe currently, we feel the women who are victims of political violence do not have a safe haven. We do not have a safe space. We do not have a network where women are protected. You know what happened in the donor community? Our support systems to support female activists are not there anymore. People are demoralized, people are scared. Currently in Zimbabwe, they are tabling a bill as we speak in Parliament to remove the Gender Commission. And women are scared to speak out about to stop this bill. And the reason why they are scared is because we don't have resources at present to make sure that the women are in a safe space when they're being looked for. So if we could create if we could create a platform to support victims of political violence, that would make more women come and join the political space.
Thank you all very much. So I'm going to give the microphone to the speakers. You can answer one or any of the questions that have come up, and finally summarize in 1 minute each.
Thank you so much, and it's so hard to do it in 1 minute, but I feel like the moving forward with the shape of how international peace agreements and how the concerns about how things in conflict-affected areas are not ending and so on. I feel like it's supposed to be a must of understanding that we should move away of knowing that the war just happened between 2 parties or 3 parties or 4 parties, because it's always, there is invisible parties that they are being also interested in things to be going well, and also how the capitalism in its biggest form affecting small national wars as well. So fighting patriarchy, fighting capitalism, fighting militarization is supposed to happen in different forms, and all of us, we cannot focus in one thing. So it's important how we every one of us focusing in different things, in the private life, in the public life, in making things personal as much as collective, because we are in a very critical moment, and we need to, I don't know, like have a hope with a way out. Otherwise, things will go very dark. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you so much. I would like to say that we have to build resilience, because for us in Congo, even partners are tired about our issues on peace. So if we start to be demoralized, it will be so bad for the populations. So we have to build resilience so that the future will be better for our children and for our whole continent. The other thing is that we have to create jobs, so those rebels will not find youth to use them, because they have to pay great salary and create some opportunities for youth, and then they go massively there. But if they have jobs, if women, we can empower youth, especially boys, because they used to take boys into their groups, armed group. But if they have great opportunity, they will not join those groups. So let's move forward. If we do not do it, who will? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wherever we are in the different spaces, women are organizing not just to take political seats or to take seats of leadership. We organize to change the situation. We organize that we may have a different outlook to politics, to those of us who are into the political spaces. When you speak to many women to join politics, for example, they will tell you, politics is a dirty game. But we keep asking ourselves, if good people cannot join politics, ethical leaders, women of value, women who believe in ethical leadership and transformative leadership, if they can't join politics, who will sanitize it? We therefore must consider taking deliberate actions to invite and look out for women who will be able to sanitize the politics that we have currently. Otherwise, we need more of the sisterhood. Women who are suffering all over the world need to know that there is a sister I can shout out to and say, I am in danger. And the sister will say, I am opening my door for you. I got a little bit relieved when the calls for arresting Winnie came in Uganda, and one sister from Ethiopia sent a message and said, when I see you. I felt relieved. This morning I received hugs from two sisters within this room, and I felt somehow grounded, and that's why I can even be able to speak here, because I know that more than ever before, we need solidarity. We need each other. The space is shrinking every other day and in all countries, but if I know that there is a sister who will open a window for me through which I can escape, a window for me and possibly a mat that I can lie on under her bed, then we shall even be more than determined to raise the voices and open up doors for more women to join political space and leadership. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I had to quickly, jot down so that I'll be very succinct. I think while you were speaking and you talked about violence, and if there is no violence, more women will get into politics. There's no how we are going to remove that violence. But when you spoke, there was something that came to my mind. Marriage is more violent than politics. Women have died in marriages than in politics. And I tell you, it was when you were talking that it occurred to me, marriage, yes. I've been married for 28 years, by the way, so it's not as if I'm advocating for people not to get married. So if, in spite of the fact that women get killed in relationships, and yet we enter relationships, why then would we not enter politics? Because we are saying there's violence. You see, we need to have a mindset change. Henry Ford says something, if you think you can, you can. If you think you can't, you can't. Either way, you are right. So we need to remove from our mindset that, oh, politics is dangerous, is violent. If I can be killed in my marriage or relationship, femicide is high. You understand? I'm entry. Let's enter the politics and let's do it. Another thing that I talk, when you said you are not a politician, sister, we are all politicians. All of us are wearing pink. It was a political decision we made to wear pink. In the morning when you are choosing what to wear, that's politics. You might say you are not partisan, meaning you are not in a political party. That's a different thing. So let's not take ourselves away from it. We are all, are politicians. But this civic space and funding that we are talking about, how much do we get? For example, if somebody should get $1 million now as funding, you know what you're going to do with it, right? But guess what? In governance, in government, there are billions of dollars that people are wasting. Probably the less funds we are getting from the civic space and all of that, we will then begin to look at where is the money. The money is in government, and you can use it to take care of your people. You know what we are doing? We are playing God, we are playing government, we are asking for nothing. Even God is a jealous God. I'm a Muslim. The biggest crime you commit the biggest sin is shirk, for you to combine anything with God, right? They say God is a jealous God. So he wants your loyalty. Politicians, what do? They ask for your vote. But guess what all of us do here? You help those people, you're giving them those grants, you're helping them with things, but you never ask for anything. It's the time to start changing. If you're helping someone, you're carrying... So what we end up doing is that we give government enabling environment for them to abdicate their responsibility. You're the one subsidizing for government's failure. We have to, put a stop to that and begin to look at how do we get people into government for them to access the funds in government and use it to take care of their people wherever it is down there. Let me just round up by saying that, sisters, nobody is coming to give you anything. If you want anything, let me round up, I know your time, with the saying I said earlier. Life, is not a pizza man. Life doesn't do delivery. If you want anything, you have to go out there and get it. Nobody is going to give us a space in the political space. We have to grab it by fire, by force. Thank you.
And we really need to end. Our colleagues from NALAFEM are really encouraging us. We want to thank you. We want to also, I'm going to speak here on behalf of the Solidarity Alliance and NALAFEM, also Sudan Task Force and Comena Fund, on really wanting to see how we can follow up with you all in engaging, continue to engage in this conversation. I think for me, it is clear that women have the vision of peace that they want to build, but we are really needing also much more strategizing among ourselves on how to do what you, Aisha, were saying, that take that leap of how do we really jump in, and how do we tackle the barriers and the roadblocks that are on our way. We are meeting so many women, but also young people who are in the struggle of really changing regimes, who are mobilizing. This country is an example of it, and who are not finding the pathways towards, to be able to enter politics, to transform in the way that you are saying. So we need to continue that dialogue and that discussion, and we need to end. NALAFEM is saying, so we will be in touch, and let's just continue the conversation. Thank you so much to our amazing speakers and for you all. Sure, yes. If we can take a picture together, the speakers and yeah. No, we need to leave the room. Sorry. Let's go. Oh, maybe you are here. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. For rushing, huh? Well done. Yes. Do you know where the Keopa meeting is?
Let me check the list.
Where do I leave this?
Thank you so much. Nigeria. Lunchtime at 1:30 we have a tip.
Qué presión, o sea, de 90 a 60 minutos, menos.
afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Jen Habibi. I work at the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace and Security at Georgetown University in the United States. Some of you might be familiar with the institute, but for those who are not aware, we are an institute that works on peace building, conflict resolution, advancing the women, peace and security agenda globally. I lead the institute's Middle East and North Africa portfolio, which also includes Sudan. And I'm very grateful for SIHA Network for inviting me to moderate this session. It's such a pleasure to be with you and to be with this esteemed panel of experts. But before we start, I'll just give some background about the theme of this session. I think there's broad agreement based on the discussions we had yesterday and this morning that there are significant barriers to women's inclusion in political and public spaces. There have been improvements due to quota systems and policy commitments. However, these improvements still are insufficient. Women are still underrepresented in decision-making circles, and the barriers are multiple. There's the deeply entrenched patriarchal norms that we have talked about in detail throughout these 2 days. There are economic barriers, there are societal expectations, there is the violence and intimidation targeting women in politics. But these barriers are even more pronounced in contexts of conflict, instability, and political uncertainty. And this is pretty much the focus of today's session. Not just the barriers that exist in conflict-affected settings, but also the potential and the opportunity through grassroots feminist leadership. And the esteemed panel that we have today, they are all embodiments of this vision, how women build power on the grassroots level through advocacy, collective action, movement building, peace building initiatives, and intergenerational organizing. Women have so much potential to build influence and leverage and use the grassroots power to drive transformative change on the national and regional levels. So today we will hear from 4 experts, and the session pretty much draws on SIHA Network's experiences in Sudan, South Sudan, Somalia, Somaliland, and Uganda. So we will hear from different contexts, and we will also talk about the personal journeys of each of the esteemed panelists. So I'm really looking forward to the discussion. Before we start, I will briefly introduce each of our speakers. We have from Somalia, Shukri Mahad Abdullahi. She is a human rights lawyer and humanitarian practitioner whose work spans protection, peace building, and advancement of gender justice across Somalia. She currently serves as project officer at SIHA Network, where she leads the design and implementation of programs addressing the localization of the women, peace and security agenda, gender-based violence, prevention and response, and the dismantling of systemic gender inequities that obstruct women's full participation in public life. She holds a Bachelor of Laws and is currently completing her Master's in International Relations and Diplomacy at Simad University. We also have Salwan Hussein from Sudan. She is a communications specialist and a member of the Gender Equality Network in Khartoum, founded by SIHA Network. Her journey began with extensive foundational training organized by SIHA, where she completed specialized workshops covering women's leadership, women political participation, civic education, governance, and peace building. She has a very strong professional background in the field of communication and media. In her role, she has been gender mainstreaming media and communication content. She had the privilege of working on projects targeting women in particular, advocating for their rights, shedding light on their stories, increasing awareness among communities, and celebrating women's resilience. From South Sudan, we have Elizabeth Michael Ricardo Ugali. She is a 22-year-old South Sudanese young woman leader, advocate, and aspiring medical professional. She is passionate about promoting the meaningful participation of young women in leadership, and she currently serves as the chairperson of the Western Bahr Al Ghazal Youth Political Forum, where she works to promote inclusive governance, civic engagement, peace building, and youth participation in democratic processes. Additionally, she is currently a second-year Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery student at the University of Bahr Al Ghazal College of Medicine and Health Sciences. So, very interesting background. And last but not least, from Uganda, we have Jane Akwero, who is the chairperson of the Driwala Women Market Vendors Cooperative and the Driwala Market Committee. She was recently elected as the chairperson of the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program in Arua City, further demonstrating her strong leadership and commitment to advancing the economic empowerment of women. She has been active as an advocate for gender-responsive budgeting and the inclusion of women market vendors in local planning and budget processes. As a respected community leader, Jane continues to champion the rights and economic interests of women market vendors, promoting inclusive governance, accountability, and women's leadership at both the market and city levels. So as you can see, we have a very interesting mix of educational, professional, and political backgrounds. So we will start the conversation. We have 2 rounds of questions to each speaker. I kindly ask each speaker to limit their responses to 7 minutes, so please be mindful of the time, because we want also to have time for questions from our audience. So I'll begin with Elizabeth. You are from South Sudan.
Yes.
And South Sudan is approaching elections this year. However, the context is rapidly deteriorating, unfortunately. From the perspective of governance and escalating intercommunal violence, what are the challenges for young women, leaders such as yourself, in influencing change and getting your voice heard?
Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you, the audience, as just mentioned. My name is Elizabeth Michael Ricardo. I'm a bit nervous. I hope you, when we talk of context in South Sudan, especially the barriers that women are facing, let me start by saying we are having about 550 members of the parliament. And from that number, we only have 178 female. When we talk of national ministers, we are having about 35 ministers. And we only have 6 female ministers, you see? And when we talk about the state where I'm coming from, we have 17 ministers. And we have 3 females and also 3 female DGs, you see? Now, if we compare this to, because we are in the Constitution, it says that women are supposed to represent themselves in every institution. They gave us 35 affirmative actions. But if we compare these numbers, it does not reach the 35 affirmative actions. As we are approaching elections, we are preparing as a women of South Sudan. But at the same time, we are facing a lot of challenges, but we hope by the grace of God we need a democratic, fair and freely elections. Let me start by putting some of the challenges we are facing as women in South Sudan. There is a limited access to opportunities. As I've mentioned now, the data that I've figured out, if we can see, there is a low representation of women in different institutions. If we go to different ministries, we will get, there is a limited participation of women, in fact, especially young people. Those ministers that I've mentioned, for example, the 3 DGs, if in my state, they're all old women. We don't have young ladies of 30-some backward. We are having the old people. So this is one of the challenges and the barriers that we are seeing in the community. Opportunities are mostly given to men. Women, leadership has viewed as a role for male, not for women. And then we are having cultural and social biases. So this is one of the factors
viruses that is affecting us, and it will affect women also in the upcoming elections. Because there, a woman is not supposed to speak when men are there. So we know that when you are going to vote, at first you need to come and read your manifesto. How will you do that when it is in the culture that a woman is not supposed to speak and you need to read your manifesto? How are you going to do that? And also we are seeing that in most of the cultures, a woman is seen as a wealth. At the moment you receive your first menstruation period, that's the time now you are ready for marriage, you see. And also, we are not the inheritance from our family. We don't get everything. If it is money, land, whatever, they will be registered with the name of the male or the brothers. So we, the female, in the family, we are not given anything. So this one makes us automatically to be poor from the family level. And then we know that in elections, it needs money to run a campaign. So if you are from the family level, you are poor. So how does that going to help us in the upcoming elections as a women? So I think it is very hard for us. And then let me talk of educations. Most of girls in South Sudan or in where I come from, they're not taken to school. Maybe that's why you can see I'm trying to collect sentence, because they take me to school when I was too big. And then most of the ladies there now, they are not taken to school. They are staying at home. Their mandate is to be in the kitchen. And when, as I said before, when they receive the menstruation period from there, they are supposed to what? To go to their husband's house at the age of 17, 16. You can get a girl of 16 years old having 2 children, a mother. You see, this is kind of the challenge that we are getting. There is a high level of illiteracy in my country, in fact. And this one will automatically affect us and will make us not to actively participate in the upcoming elections. Let's talk of intercommunal violences and insecurities. In some part of South Sudan, up to date, like let me give example on the 22nd of June, yes, in a certain area, a non-gunman came and shoot a woman and the husband and a child of 3 years old, and the child of 5 days. They shoot them. And then to the lack of that child, the 3 people, the mother, the father, and the girl of 3 years, they have died. But the child of 5 years old did not die. As I am talking now, the child is here in Nairobi under treatment. So there is still intercommunal violence that is happening. Women don't participate. Women are traumatized. You see? Women are traumatized. Suppose of them thinking of elections, now they are thinking of where can I get a safe environment to go and hide with my children. Because today you are sleeping with expectation of tomorrow you want to do other things, but waking up or going in the labor room because you need to raise your child, but at the end of the day, you leave the child here and then you die, the child will be orphaned and there's nobody who will take good care of that child. So this is part of the viruses that will make us not to participate in the upcoming elections. Also, we are having lack of participation in leaderships. In fact, women in South Sudan or in Baragazal, they are not actually participating in leadership. If it is mentorship programs, civic educations, and even political spaces, you cannot get women there. In fact, in my place, particularly where I come from, women fear entering politics. You see, they don't. Young girls or young people don't. They think that politics is a dirty game, so they are not there. And for a person to come, it's you shall come through a political party for you to come and stand as a candidate. And if you don't involve yourself in politics, or if you don't join politics, how will that help us to actively participate in the upcoming elections? So it is very hard. And then let me talk of lack of support from other women. In fact, before I was just amazing with the debate of before. So when we talk of lack of support from women, let me say one day there is a time we had an advocacy training with women from politicians. So they were like, you know, you people, we are preparing you not to take our chairs, but when we are not there, you should step in. You see? Now they are not opening a space for us to come and participate. That's why before I said we don't have young people in a leadership or in decisions making. It's only old people. You see, they'll be like, no, politics is not for young people. You need to step away from it. Leave it for us. You need just to sit there and watch us, what we are doing. And once we are not there, then you step in. You see? This is what actually viruses that we are getting from our own fellow women, from our own politicians. We don't have role models. We don't have mentors who will in fact mentor us and tell us about the elections, the role of women in decisions making, and many others. So we in fact are suffering. If it's just imagine if a girl like me here is trying to collect words and trying to speak. How about the girls in the grassroots? They are really suffering. They are really suffering from gender-based violence. They are not given opportunities. Of course, we are suffering a lot. So we need to look into this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for this overview. Thank you very much. And moving to the context of Uganda, Jane, you are in a different trajectory from South Sudan. You have concluded elections recently. So what do the levels of women's participation currently look like? And what challenges exist in how women leaders are able to influence better policy outcomes for marginalized communities?
Thank you so much, our moderator. Good afternoon, ladies. Yeah, as I've been mentioned, my names are Jane Akwero. I come from Uganda, a beautiful land, the Pearl of Africa. As she has said, we have just concluded our elections. It went on, I would say it went on well. Nothing moves or nothing passes without challenges. It has its own challenges. And these are challenges we have to look at. But the current situation in Uganda are so alarming for those who follow media. In my space, I am in the informal sector. I am a market vendor. I come from that space. And you understand how women in the informal sector do their things. So for us in Uganda, I come from Arua City. It is in the West Nile sub-region, where we border Congo and Sudan. So there, for us, we get information mostly from the central, which is Kampala, and the information moves around the country, as you know, in other countries. But today, the situation on our side, it is okay, but not very well, because our women are being abducted, they are being molested. Even organizations who were monitoring elections, who have been very close and giving information about elections, we have been closed because you don't need to participate a lot into their issues. And also women activists like who are outspoken. We have had our former Minister of Ethics, Miriam Matembe. She was abducted and arrested. We thank God she's released on bail yesterday. So it is not easy out there. And we pray that God should intervene. After our elections, as I've said, for us, the women in the informal sector, we are going through also a lot in leveraging these situations and coming out in our leadership spaces. So, CSOs and organizations who come to work with women in these spaces are doing very wonderful work. For example, this organization, Strategic Initiative for the Women in the Horn of Africa, I am very, very much humbled to what they do to the women down there. For us in the women in the informal sector, they have come up to open the eyes of the women, that they can also participate in the leadership positions. They can influence policies. As I talk now, the women who are the biggest number in the markets are led by men. Then these organizations say, but why? You women are there. Why can't you take up these positions? And yet you are the bigger numbers in the markets. So as I speak now, we say, oh, let's wake up from our sleep. We have a task to do, to perform. So we woke up and said, yeah, we need to take up our positions. So as I speak now, I am the chairperson of my market. And that one, I give credit to this organization that has opened our eyes, SIHA Network. And two, after that, now we started saying, okay, how do we address our issues that affect women in the grassroots? Because our leaders who are MPs, who are ministers, are up there. How do our issues from the grassroots reach them? How do these issues reach the stakeholder offices? Who are those influential government offices that we need to reach to? How do women get financial support? Or how do they access financial services at their levels? Because women do not have assets, women do not have collateral, women do not have security, but they are in the spaces of doing business. So we now said, okay, SIHA brought in a stakeholder engagement where we come close to the stakeholders, where we now present our issues. Issues of policies that govern the market. We came to realize that Uganda was being governed by the Market Act of the 1980s. After our eyes are opened, then we started pushing for the Market Act. As I speak now, we have now the 2023 Market Act that is already on board we are using in Uganda. That is influencing policies that we are doing. And today, things have changed in the markets. So in our market now, we are using the new policy of the 2023 Market Act in Uganda. And things are doing well. So the women are proving that they can do their leadership skills at their levels to help those ones who are up to bring out their voices. So now, today we are looking at how do we get the services? How do we make our leaders accountable to what we deserve? Because we pay a lot of taxes where we are. So we now task them. We as leaders of the market, we now have the voice to speak on behalf of the vendors. Vendors needed to be treated fairly. They need to pay fairly taxes, not mistreated. How do we handle cross-border trade? Because women are also sexually harassed on their businesses. That's why we came up to push our leaders, the local leaders, the councillors, to bring in the GBV ordinance. As I speak now, it is already signed by the Attorney General, the State Attorney. So we are already somewhere to see that the GBV ordinance is already signed. And this will help to look at cases of sexual harassment at workplace. Sometimes we may say sexual harassment is only in offices. No. They are in also the spaces of the market. And there are more because they think women are illiterate. They don't know. Maybe they think a woman who is serving in a restaurant, when a man touches any part of the lady, they think it is normal. No. Women need to know and girls need to know that it is not normal. It is an abuse. So for that, women now, that ordinance will help women. We have gone further with the help of SIHA to open up GBV desks in our markets. That is one. You get it? So, women, a woman cannot go to FIDA. A woman cannot go to police. A woman cannot go to meet a lawyer because of financial implications. But a woman can meet a fellow woman who sits at a desk in a market to present maybe a GBV case or any sexual harassment case at that level. Then the focal person will see how to do the referral pathways. We now have the referral pathways. Where can I send this woman to get this help? Is it a rape case? Is it a defilement? Is it an assault? So assault. Okay, from here, I refer you to police. Police now knows that this cheat is coming from where? From this market. She needs help very fast. And this is a woman helped. This one needs help from the hospital. Get her examined and she's helped. This one needs help from where? From FIDA. She's a mother, she's a woman. Is it maintenance cases or it is abuse? They help. So you find that even ULS, the Uganda Law Society, the lawyers are there. So work is coming down. We are influencing policies to work for the women in the informal sector. So all this is done by opening the eyes of the women in the formal sector, holding their hands, building sisterhood, building relationships. So I also sit in the GBV desk in my market to handle cases. Additionally, how do we help women to get financial support? There is a project in my country called GROW Project. When the government brought this project to help women to get capital, it is a loan at a very low interest rate. But they never looked at the picture of the women in the informal sector. They say, this money you can borrow from 4 million to 200 million. But you need to have big businesses, you need to have capital, you need to have assets, you need to have security, which women don't have. So we started advocating. We said, government, are you bringing something to help the women, or you're bringing something to stress women or bring them down? Now, we need this money, but break it down. Break it down for any woman to access. Because these are the women who play a very big role in the economy of the country, because they pay a lot of taxes. These are women who are not noticed. Even you see in the debate in the morning, we say women, we are looking at class. That is why leadership, those who move in those positions are women who have a background. When you don't have, you're not in that space. But this time, women are saying, we shall send a nobody there. Because these are women who understand other women. These are mothers who have felt pains. If it is the difficult English there, they will learn from that space. Am I speaking to somebody? Yes. So, I love it. Today, I see myself, Jen, in Nairobi. How? My eyes are opened. I'm so grateful to see her. That today, a woman like me is also in this space. It makes me say, tomorrow I will also go back to Uganda, to my space, and also take the gospel that I have learned here. So in conclusion, because I would have said much, we also have a lot of factors that affect us, that are challenges in our spaces. As in my speech, you would have noticed one or two issues of unequal opportunities, cultural norms that deter women, men dominance, that women, even fellow women, feel a man will lead better and will not support a fellow woman. That bring her down syndrome instead of supporting her. Issues of education, where men or a boy child is prioritized to move to go to school than a girl child. So these are issues that affect us a lot, and domestic violence, patriarchy issues, you know. So commercialization of politics. A woman can have the capacity to lead, but may not have what? The person to sponsor. And even when you're sponsored at the end of the day, sometimes you cannot make decisions that you feel in your heart is the right decision. Every work you'll be doing, you're controlled by the person who sponsored you. The person will say, okay, you're in that office. After being there, you're going to appoint so and so to be your executive. You're going to take these decisions, and in your heart you feel they are not right for you. But you have no choice because you're there because the person sponsored you. So if women get to, power, for you to get power, you need to have what? Cash. Let me stop here for now.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you. These are like very positive developments to a great extent. So thank you for sharing these. And this is actually a good segue to a totally different context that is probably less promising at the moment, which is Sudan. So Salwan, over to you. With the conflict currently at this stage in Sudan, can you share the impact this has had on women-led peace initiatives and organizing in the country, and what barriers do women leaders continue to face in this context?
Thank you, Jihan. Thank you, NALAFEM, and thank you, Sayha Network, for the opportunity. And it is a real privilege, actually, to be here among these wonderful, inspiring women. And I'm very grateful, actually, for that. And before sharing the impact of the current war in Sudan and also highlighting the related barriers, allow me just to brief the audience about the Sudanese context right now. So, as most of us know that our history in Sudan has been changed since April the 15th, 2023. And that marks to be the beginning of the war. And today, this day in particular, happens to be the 1174 day, and that is that means what? That means 3 years, 2 months, and 17 days. And that's devastating, isn't it? Yes. And the statistics are extremely overwhelming. And I'm going to share with you the statistics briefly. Right now, nearly 34 million people inside Sudan require urgent assistance. Can you imagine that? That's the reality. And when we draw attention to women, actually 12 million people have been forced to flee from their homes, and more than half of these displaced, or those displaced, are women and children who suffer the most from the consequences of the security collapse. Again, 11 million women and girls are experiencing severe food insecurity, while over 80% of women now lack access to clean water or even cannot afford it. And this only a fraction of the recent statistics. In fact, the conflict has triggered the world's worst humanitarian and displacement crisis now. And thinking of it, the statistics are extremely overwhelming, and it makes me feel like it's not even real. It's not even real, not at all. So answering your question, Jihan, yes, regards to the war impact on women and women-led initiatives back there in Sudan, to see the true impact of this war on Sudanese women, we have to look past the news headlines. We must look at what actually CIHAS networks call a direct war on the bodies of women. And we must look at the daily life there. The damage has been total. And it has forced women to take on entirely the burden of keeping our communities alive, and also while putting all the massive barriers in front of them. So let me break down exactly what these barriers will look like, are looking like actually on the ground today. The very first barrier I would like to share with you in this forum is that the reality of violence and captivity. First, constant threat of conflict-related sexual violence is the single biggest barrier that's stopping women from organizing. And CIHA's recent report that was shared with the UN Security Council addresses over 1,000 cases of conflict-related sexual violence that have been clearly reported down since the war began. And the actual number is way, yes, beyond. Most of these crimes actually are committed by the Rapid Support Forces, RSF. However, and they're allies, of course, but however, some or many of these violations has been done by the Sudanese Armed Forces, that's SAF and their associated armed groups. In fact, this violence against women is not a random byproduct of the war, not at all. It is a calculated, systematic military tactic used purposely to control communities, to enforce displacement, and to terrorize civilians. And when conflict-related sexual violence and gang rapes and targeted abductions of human rights defenders, activists and politicians in Sudan reached their peak, you will find out that they create a climate of absolute terror. So it's too hard for women to engage. However, they always navigate their way through the crisis. For women, the simple act of leaving her home to go to a local meeting, for example, to distribute the local aid in her neighborhood, or even to organize an emergency network, for example, that carries the immediate risk of physical and sexual assault. And this weaponization of women's bodies, threatening their physical safety and freedom of movement, and definitely their public and political participation. Yes, I would like also to highlight a second barrier, and that would be the dual criminalization and the crackdown on activists. And that's when women actually being targeted like criminals just because they are helping their communities. I would like to emphasize a little bit or elaborate about it. Women leaders who chose to stay in Sudan and run local peace groups are caught in a deadly trap between both conflicting parties, both conflicting sides. They are blamed and targeted by everyone. And that add actually an extra weight to the devastating reality there. For example, in the army-controlled areas, local police and military intelligence, they have arrested and locked up over 800 women, including aid of volunteers, activists, and ordinary citizens, and many false charges of helping the enemy. They've been charged with just simply because of their tribe, for example, or the place that they are living in, or even the work that they are doing. Yeah, that's so true. As I'm speaking right now, it's happening in Sudan. And when we talk about the RSF-controlled areas, there is another story there, and the women are the one who are paying the bills, unfortunately, there. So, in the RSF-controlled areas, women speak, if a woman speak out, they will face internet shutdown, they will face direct death threats, actually, and physical and sexual insults are the easiest way for them. Yeah, and if a woman tried to write down or even report any human rights violations, they will be definitely targeted. Yes, and what that means, actually, it means that doing the basic humanitarian work or even working for peace, for example, in Sudan is treated as a crime by every man that has a gun. Yes, unfortunately. So the third barrier is the collapse of the economy and the starvation weapon. And I'm going to break down each one separately. First, let us start with the collapse of the economy in Sudan. In fact, you cannot have a voice in peace talks, as we know, and you cannot even participate in any public life when you are spending every single hour fighting for your next meal. That cannot be possible. Cannot. Yes. The destruction of the local markets there, and actually the majority of women in Sudan before the war, they were living from the local markets. They sell tea. They used to sell tea. They used to sell food and goods and so on in order to feed themselves and their families. And even this destruction has left millions of women without a job. Yes, and elaborating and emphasizing a little bit about the economic collapse as well, I would like to say that in the catastrophic economic collapse, they are actually wiped out nearly half of the country's GDP. Yes, nearly half of the country's GDP, sorry, and destroyed over 4.6 million jobs. That's according to the statistics, or recorded statistics. And this economy devastation hits women the most. Yes. On top of that, allow me just to to highlight the starvation weapon and what does that mean in Sudan context today. Hunger being used as a weapon in Sudan. And because formal aid cannot reach every ground there, women-led groups have had to stop political work just to focus on basic survival. Women are the entire backbone in their communities. Actually, they are running takayas, and takayas is a Sudanese word, and it means the neighborhood kitchens. So they arrange in every, for example, every neighborhood to build kitchens in order to feed the displaced families, to find clean water for them to drink, and that usually happens under the fire and the drone attacks. Yes, and they treat even the they treat even the injured survivors without real hospitals, because the hospitals there is another crisis, and the health sector in Sudan is another crisis. Yes, finally, I would like to conclude with the final barrier that women and women-led bodies are struggling with, is the continuous political inclusion and legal paralyzation. Although actually the grassroots women are the ones keeping the communities alive, and that's the fact. Unfortunately, you will find out they are locked out of the rooms where Sudanese peace deals are being discussed. And they do not only run the takayas back in Sudan, they actually established, what do we call it? We call it women emergency rooms. These rooms are mainly focusing on women issues, trying to provide whatever they can to help them survive this crisis. Yes, and unfortunately, our political participation in formal peace negotiations has been limited, and this is a repetitive scenario, actually. Nothing new across the history of Sudan. And even during the transitional period back there, during 2019 up to 2021, and despite the central roles that the women had played back there, and actually that famously recorded as women participated at the average of 60% of the protests of the protests on the streets. That's a very central role. And despite this role, and despite everything women had done, we will find out that women are underrepresented in the negotiations of Juba peace agreement at that time, and are largely excluded from decision-making processes. This exclusion is driven by patriarchal norms, as we know, and deeply unfair male-dominated mindsets. And of course, the power structures there. Today, Sudan's justice system is mostly not working. So survivors have a very little access or no access at all to protection or even to justice. So yeah, adding to that the fact that even the domestic laws in Sudan, for example, like the personal status law and the guardianship system in Sudan, were never truly reformed during the transitional period. The state continues to view and treat women as dependents rather than equal political agents and leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salwan. You have shared some very heartbreaking realities about Sudan, which is so unfortunate, but unfortunately it is real, and it is a testament to the failure of the international system to respond to the crisis in Sudan. And finally, to conclude this segment, moving to Somalia, Shukri, we want to hear about the growing levels of backlash against women leaders, activists, and journalists in the Somali context. Can you tell us more about this and how this stands as a barrier to women's leadership?
Thank you so much, Jehan. And thank you so much, our audience, for being here and for your time. As Jehan has introduced me, I'm Shukri Mahad from Somalia. I'm a human rights lawyer, and currently I serve as a projects officer with Siha Network. Talking about the backlash against women in Somalia, from my work at Siha and as a human rights lawyer, I have seen women left out of decision-making spaces, discouraged from taking leadership roles, and pressured by families, communities, and clan structures to step back from public life. And women journalists and activists, they also are often targeted with an online abuse and SME campaigns, not because of what they say, but just because of they are speaking at all. And Somalia's governance is a bit complex, right? Our country is a federal system. So that means the power exists at the federal level, the state level, and then within the clan structures. So through my work across different regions, what I have seen is that how progress made in one space can easily be blocked in another. And that makes women's leadership even more difficult, right? And then also, unfortunately, we have seen this pattern play out many times. There is a woman called Saad Ali Warsame, may she rest in peace. She was a member of parliament and women's rights advocate. She was assassinated. There is also Ikran Tahlil. She was a human rights lawyer and a civil servant working at the NISA, the intelligence sector. She was disappeared in 2021, and up to now, we don't know where she is, whether she's alive or whether she is dead. And more recently, there is a trend, a viral case, which was about a young woman, a 27-year-old woman called Saadi Bajaj. She was a tuk-tuk driver and social media influencer, and then she criticized the government and about taxes and how, you know, the government hierarchies are. And guess what? She was detained in prison and then sentenced to 3 years just because she criticized the government. So all these women, they come from different backgrounds, but again, their stories tell us the same thing. When women challenge the status quo, they often pay a much higher price than men. And that is what makes backlash such a serious challenge to women's leadership. It creates fear, it makes women think twice before speaking, it makes families worry about supporting their daughters or wives in public life, and it discourages many talented young women from stepping into leadership altogether. So what I all the time say is that backlash is not an evidence that women's leadership is failing. It's actually often an evidence that women's leadership is becoming influential through the challenges existing and the systems of power. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Shukri. This is very useful context, and I think this has been very helpful in understanding the specifics of each context. We can see that there are nuances to each country situation, but there are also common trends. The violence against women, the targeting of women in political spaces, the patriarchy, the economic barriers. I think these are all common themes in the four contexts that we are discussing today.
Just let me disrupt you. And also, I forgot to mention a recent incident that happened in this month, the month we have passed, June. There was an incident that happened publicly. A young woman was harassed in public by almost 10 men. And then, as SIHA, we have, arranged a demonstration where we brought together young women activists and women rights defenders. And then we did not attack, we did not make like a personal attack, we did not criticize the government, we just talked about how can, in 2026, a woman be harassed in public. That is such a shame. And then imagine what? We were, like the Ministry of Defense, he has posted a post in his Facebook, and he said, these ladies are expanding and spreading feminism Western agendas. So they are not like advocating for the women. Like you see how the focus shifted from the woman being harassed and focused on like women speaking. Like, since when did it become, please don't touch me, let me be safe? Like, that is a human right, basic safety. Imagine if you cannot go out confidently because of anything can happen to you. And that was actually so sad. And not just that, like, majority of the community, including women, that is the saddest point, including women, they were telling us, like, you guys are feminists, you are spreading Western agendas. No, this has nothing to do with feminism. This is about humanity. This is about asking for basic human rights safety. So the saddest point is that I can't expect anything from men. Let us put aside them. But as a woman, it's actually very sad.
Very disappointing, yeah, totally. Well, unfortunately, we're starting to run out of time. We only have 15 minutes and we'll have to conclude the session. And we also want to give time for the audience to react. So, and also we'll have to head for lunch after that, so we'll have to be on time. But before we open the floor for the audience, I'll give each of the speakers 2 minutes to share the main lessons learned from their personal experiences. We've talked extensively about the context in each country, but we want our audience to know more about the personal journeys of each one of you, but in the form of lessons learned. So Elizabeth, from your story, what are the main takeaways that you would share with the audience that you think made the biggest difference in helping you grow and develop your professional journey? And I'll ask the panelists to be very brief, only 2 minutes for each one of you. Yes.
Yes, thank you once more. As you have introduced me, I'm the chairperson of Western Bahar al-Ghazal Youth Political Forum, a forum that, in fact, serves or brings women together, brings young people from different political backgrounds to share their ideas, to share their thoughts. You know, as we have been saying, I grew up witnessing a lot of conflict, a lot of gender stereotype, a lot of gender norm, a lot of cultural norms. But I choose to step out and to be the solutions to the young girls and to young people in my community. Let me say it, how did I manage to be here today? It's because of the mentorship. Last year, exactly like April, SIHA has given, we started a training with SIHA Network for more than, we attended more than 4 trainings, and we started a mentorship program, advocacy training. By then, I was traumatized, let me say it like that. I could not speak. I could not even stand up. Like, when people, even if 3 people come homes, I don't know them, I will not move out from the room. But through the opportunity that I get with SIHA Network, the training that I've attended, so it gives me, and it have equipped me and give me the confidence and expand my knowledge. And that's make me to stand and speak for other young people today in my community. And I work with, yes, I said, with young people from different political background, I'm facing a lot of challenges. Despite my age, as I've said, I'm 22 years old, and I'm getting intimidations, criticisms from men, and so forth. They would be like saying, Bearabi, the Mara Sakit, you see, she's just a woman, you see. When we are talking about something serious, but sometimes they underestimate me, they see me, they look down into me. But this one, that did not stop me from my leadership journey. It is, in fact, it is opposite. It's giving me the strength and the determination that leadership is about serving, it's about providing and encouraging other young women. So if I step back, how about my fellow young women? What will they do? So from this member, from this forum, or from this space, I would like to say that thank you so much for SIHA, for the mentorship program. It has really, really influenced me and brought out the confidence or the leadership that was in me, that I was hiding and staying home with. And I call for other partners and for other people to also take that initiative of looking into people, looking to young women in the grassroots in Southern Sudan, in South Sudan, in fact, in the States. We are really suffering. These young girls are really suffering. They need civic education, they need education, they need mentorship programs, they need capacity building trainings, they need a lot, because women are really suffering. In fact, even from gender-based violence, till date, young girls, as I've said, they're still facing gender-based violence. So we need to advocate for that. And who will do that? Since we know that our government it's in every country, right? The government does not promote women genders. So it's these ones. We put it in the hands of the organizations, in the hand of partners. Let them step up. I would like to stop here.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah. Thank you so much. Salwen, very quickly.
A lesson learned that I just picked it from what we've been through. Actually, we faced a lot of challenges. However, I am impressed actually by the resistance and the resilience of women. So, a lesson to me that never surrender, no matter what, and fight for it, struggle, take your battles and win the battles, and just navigate your way through the crisis here and there. And as Sudan, or the majority back in Sudan, the families are now women-led households. So if those women surrendered, imagine the entire families there. They will even suffer worse than the current scenario or the current crisis there. So I would just say, I learned to never surrender and to hold tight the resilience and the resistance. And that's what keeps us alive. Not only us, actually our families. Our resistance sustains our societies. Thank you.
That's very powerful message, Salwen. Very powerful. Shukri.
Thank you, Jihan. What I would like to start is that womanhood is wonderful. And if I shorten the lessons I have learned through my journey, I would say, first of all, hope is a leadership strategy. You know, working in a very conflict-affected communities has taught me that hope is not passive. And choosing to believe change is possible. And helping others believe it too is one of the most powerful forms of leadership. And the second lesson learned is that women backing women is how mountains move and movement is survive. I'd like to share a personal story. My mother, her name is called Nejma. That means star. So she was raised in a patriarchy society, but she chose not to pass it onto me and my sisters. And today, if I went to her and said, Hoyo, that's mom in Somali, I want to walk to the sky, she will never question me that I'm crazy or I'm insane. She will be like, What do you need to get there? And equally powerful, female friendships. There is this book called Everything I Know About Love, written by Dolly Alderton. There is a line that every time I read, I just smile. It says, nearly everything I know about love I have learned through my longest female friendships. And that is true. There are women who are encouraged us, who mentions our name in the rooms we are not in, who supports us, who says, a good thing about our back when we are not there. So women backing women is the strategy and how we survive.
Definitely. Thank you, Shukri. Jane, how about you? What are the lessons learned from your journey?
Thank you. As I've been sharing my journey, I've learned a lot of lessons. One is to be resilient in whatever you're doing, and you have to love what you do. Love your work, love yourself, love the space and appreciate where you are, the way God has placed you. When you have passion for what you're doing, you will definitely succeed. And as you're doing your work, don't give up. Because in my space, we want to see that our leaders, our stakeholders, the government are accountable to us. We see that we are provided with the basics that we need and we are mandated to, because we pay a lot of taxes to the government. And in my experience, I need to be so strategic in everything I do. So in every space I am, you will know that, first of all, when Siha was working with women, I remember when they were closing one of their projects, I was one person who said, but Siha, can we work with men? They were like, no, we only work with women. But when they told us, okay, Jen, can you give us some time to think about it? Then we got a response that, yes, you can work with men. But, there was a but, be strategic. Don't bring men in your spaces who will turn to be over you. In your spaces, they can be members, not your leaders. They can be there at the back seat, not at the front. But you can need them. You can be with them. So when we are in spaces, I decide to be strategic. You know what you want from somebody, and when you get to that place, you will get what definitely you want. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I think these lessons are extremely powerful, and I think our audience, no one would disagree that we need resilience, resistance, hope, and passion, and these are extremely powerful forces and have the transformative potential that we need for our communities. Before we conclude, I just want to give time, a few minutes for our audience. If they have any questions or reactions, please raise your hand. If you have any comment, please go ahead.
Thank you so much to the ladies for sharing the information. I'm Jane from Zambia. I do appreciate the level of effort that you're putting in and the resilience that you're showing. You are leaders in your own right and continue to shine that light and influence others, though it is very hard. But I can see each one of you really are very passionate about what you're doing, and you have the vision and the strategy. So continue to do what you're doing. We are backing you up.
Amazing. Thank you. Yes, at the back.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mgandi. I'm from ELF Africa. I really appreciate the good work that you guys are doing, you ladies are doing in your different spaces. I think one thing that I'm picking from this conversation, and probably a challenge to all of us, is from what Jen has mentioned. Do we have, or rather do we provide platforms for women to discuss gender issues on grassroots level? Yeah? is there a committee on gender in our marketplaces? For instance, in Kenya, in our chamas. So I think that's a challenge for all of us who are working in the grassroots community. How are we supporting women and creating those platforms to discuss these issues? Because we shouldn't keep quiet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is the kind of support that we need. Tahani.
Thank you so much. My name is Tahani Abbas. I'm from Sudan. I'm Sudanese human rights defender. So thank you so much. Thank you, Solwan. Yeah. For Jen, you are touched my heart. Like all the context in Sudan, you know, even the women, they are work as, they are supported, sponsored by, this is microfinance. We have this very bad experience with the previous regime in Sudan. They are sponsored the women to do their work. Unfortunately, many of them, they are spent more than 6 months or 1 year in the prisons because they are just paid money without any training for them and build their capacity, and someone behind them on all this money for men. You know, they are not did what they wanted did, but they are did what they someone behind did. Yeah. So this is the same case, unfortunately. Even me myself and Sayha at that time, they are supported me to do my work inside the Omdurman Capital Prison. So yeah, and for the issue of women participation, as my younger sister said, honestly, nothing. Nothing, yani. You see, all the world see how Sudanese women, they are raised up the responsibility of revolution 2019. Unfortunately, nothing. Since transitional period, since the coup and the war, but now they are take all responsibility to protect the civilian and ordinary people, if someone ordinary or not, but the civilian in Sudan. So this is the case. But I take your message. Love what you want to do. I ask myself, what all the time I take this very hard and very tough, but this is my life, not my work. This is my life. Because I came even from came from a small village, and I take along women from rural area. So if you want to work with grassroots, women in grassroots, you should have to take the community, men, and so, because you will find some resistance. So you cannot pick up the women from their community. Of course, you cannot pay this cost. So this is what, thank you, all of you, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ines? I think here, okay. After Ines, we'll go.
Yes. So I just want to share like a reflection. Like, thank you so much for all of your thoughts. And it made me also like reflect on the name of how like instead of more than intergenerational, we also need like cross-borders experiences, because whenever any one of you is speaking South Sudan, Somalia, and Uganda, it immediately came to my head like an event of something that happened in Sudan in the past. And how also like the way that Janet, for example, overcomes something that could be a lesson learned for something in the future, because unfortunately we're all now in the edge of, if not in conflict, we can see that we are in negative peace spaces and things might happen in a blink of eyes. So thank you so much for your contribution and your recommendations, and I hope like in the future we're gonna have like more cross-borders conversation, because in Sudan we've been distanced from African context for a long time, and we've been obsessed by governments that is obsessed by Arabization of thoughts and so on. But we share a lot in common. We share a lot of history in common. So we're supposed to share a lot of way forward and in the future. So thank you so much all.
Of course. Thank you, Ines. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine Moraimo, based in Kenya, a founder of an organization called Grenade. And so my question is, yesterday, the former president of Liberia stated that leadership, the first leadership of a woman begins as a mother. So my question is to the beautiful ladies on the panel, how are you bridging, or rather how are you enhancing, powering up the women that are not in the boardrooms, are not in the spaces of leadership, but are actual leaders? How are you bridging that gap?
Who would like to respond to that? Okay.
Thank you, my sister. This is something very serious. As you can even see right now, what is our gap? Look at the room. Do you sense there is a gap? There is a gap. So, for us, the women, as you were seeing my background I was giving, we are there in the informal sector. But you would never realize that there is a leader, a potential leader in that market. Not until you enter there. Not until you understand the kind of women who are there. We appreciate what the government of different countries do, what organizations do, but I want to appreciate, in particular, this organization that has brought me here. It has entered to work with the women down there. Every woman has now realized her potential, where she lies. I may be a leader in one way or the other. I need to do this for me to get that. So what we are doing is, I may be trained now. What am I doing with what the knowledge I'm given? I'm supposed to do TOT. I will not wait for another organization to train me again. I am already trained on leadership skills. I'm already open. They have opened my eyes that when you demand this, you are supposed to knock at this office. So I will go back down there. I will not wait for Siha. And this is my work now. Siha will one day, you know, when this organization came, that our mindset needs to be changed, that people bring for us things, but we need to do things ourselves. So what we do is we mentor our fellow women at our level. Can we do this together? Can we do advocacy together? Let's go and ask for this. I have already tipped you. When I said this, be at the background to support me. Yes, exactly. That is the support system we have already built.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Thank you, Jane.
So, my sister, the only gap we are remaining with is to bridge the gap between the women in the informal sector and the elites.
Yes.
If that gap could come closer, then we are done. Women will just, from down to up to down. You see? Information would flow. Thank you.
Let me also answer her. And just
Can we just take the last question from her, because she's been waiting for some time. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Irene Kanana, ED Lumina Safe Space. I've listened to your stories, and as you take community work seriously, also take remember about your wellness. So I just want to speak about mental wellness. Please, we may not be able to afford therapists, but from the community, can we create safe spaces where we could run and share and get relieved in our community, so that we can be able to fight for our rights? Other thing to you, Jane, I've listened to your story. Please document your story. Document your success stories, because documentation of stories also help to build up policies and hold government accountable. Again, in the market that you are, can you create gender working group or a committee, so that as you share with others, can you also draft like policies which will be used, or which will be you as a group, that gender group, that you will use to amplify what women want, because it will start with us women. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And we'll conclude with Elizabeth, very last comment, because we have to finish the the session.
Let me say thank you for these amazing questions. On my side, what we are doing is a session called A History of My Mother. You see, this is how we are managing to bridge the gap between the women in politics, the women in business, and us, and plus the women in the grassroots. We bring them together here. We sit in form of round. Then you will be telling us the history of your mother. For example, my mother is a farmer, what does she do, and all that. So from there, we identify that we are all leaders, but in different capacities. This is what we are actually doing, but now we stopped because of the fund. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, so much. This is like the best conclusion of this session. This has been a very rich discussion. I want to thank our audience first, because you have been very engaged and very attentive. And for the distinguished panelists, I'm really honored to have shared the stage with you, and I want to express my gratitude to SIHA Network for convening this very important panel. And of course, thanks go to NALAFEM for creating this wonderful and powerful platform. So thank you all, and before we head to lunch, can we please take a photo together?
Okay.
Okay, thank you all.
Play and remind us of our inner child. So let's lean into this, okay? Zainab, over to you. You need a microphone? A handheld.
Hi. Are we still hungry? Because I had this. The energy is not there. Let's do an exercise. When I go up, the louder the clap, right? And then when I go down, it gets quieter and quieter. Are we ready? Okay, here I go. Okay, good. We are together. We are together. Thank you to everyone who's been stopping at the Pause and Play space. I'm so happy to see more and more people coming, creating some beautiful beadwork, hanging out, enjoying the dawa. I know that was the big draw. How many of you have come for the Kenyan dawa? If you haven't already, that's the secret. You don't find it out here. It's only that room. Huh? So I hope you all had a great lunch. As usual, I take my role as anti-Waplay very, very seriously. I know many of you have likely not played in a long, long time, because as adults, we decided that that's not for us, but we never really outgrow those benefits. So I want us to play a short game. I'd like you to pick a partner. If you can stand and pick a partner, that would be awesome. Please stand. Yes, someone else. I'll have Wangui and Daisy from my team just demoing. Just pick anyone. A partner, someone you admire, someone who has really, really, opened your mind over the last 2 days. Does everyone have a partner? Anyone without one? You. Okay, here, there's one for you just back there. You have one? Who doesn't have a partner? We have, oh, they're just at the back. You can come to the front. Yeah, so someone you admire, someone you look at and they've been a big part of how this summit has gone for you. You have them? Okay, so for now, that person is your opponent. I know you picked your friends, so just for this session, that person is your opponent. You know that last time, at the last NALAFEM, we tried to do a game that really brought people together. Then we did one to compete, and I know which one drew people more. So what I want you to do is face your partner, and then have your palm this way. So one of you have, yes, exactly, on opposite sides. So have your palm up as well. Oh, you already know to do that. Okay, yeah. So your palm on opposite sides and then your finger. So just like this. Can you see how we have it here? I can see coordination. Come to my play pod. We work on fine motor skills. So here yes, be on opposites. Oh, let me help you out. Yes, there you go. Excellent. Okay, so this game is called Tap, Tickle, Grab. Tap, tickle, grab. And you have to pay attention. Okay, so they're just going to demonstrate what I mean. When I say tap, this is what you do. Tap. This is tapping. Tapping. Yeah. When I say tickle, and then when I say grab, whoever is gonna act fastest to grab the other one. Okay? Okay? And now agree amongst yourself who is color pink and who is yellow. Because at the end of this, I want to know, are the pinks and the yellows? Have you agreed? How many pinks in here? Yellows. Excellent. Team pink, team pink. All right. Tap, 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 tickle. Tickle, 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 tap. You're already moving. Tap, tap, tap. Go ahead and tap, tap. Guys. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. Okay, now, seriously. Tap, 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 tickle, grab. Hey, everyone, who got it? Pinks, who got it? Hey, yellows, who got it? Pink seems to have won this round. Okay, one more time. I have time for one more round. Is it okay? Okay, one more round. Tap, 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 tickle, tickle, tap. Hey, over here there is a cheetah. There is a cheetah over here. There is a cheetah. Okay, here we go. Tap, tap, tickle, tap, tap. Go ahead and continue tapping. Okay. Last one. Tap, tap, tickle, tap, tickle, grab. Hey! Who got it? Woo! All right. The absolute last bit, yeah? The last bit. Okay, pink and yellow. I want you to stand opposite each other like this. Just straighten your hand like a handshake, as if you're going in for a handshake, but then have this space. All right? Okay. Can you guess what we're about to do? Thumb wrestling, no? So when I say your color, and this is the ultimate decider, yeah? When I say your color, if you hear pink, the person who is pink has to move their hand away before yellow grabs it. All right? Are we ready? Okay, now a handshake just to start to say good game. Good game. Handshake. I will destroy you. Good game. Excellent. All right, here we go. Are you ready? Karibu. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. And the first one, make sure you're ready. Pay attention. Yes. Yes. Yellow. Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for playing, and I wish you a good remainder of the afternoon.
Thank you, Zainab, for that. Lots of fun. I did spend some time in the pause and play, and it's the kind of space you don't want to leave easily. Got a little bracelet, had some time to center myself, and thank you. I think it's so important that you bring this kind of element to a summit like this. Thank you very much. And now we're going to move from play to grounding. I'd like to ask Mara, the storyteller and founder of Msitu Wandoto, of Forest of Dreams, to come up stage and ground us together. Karibu.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mara, and I am based in Kilifi. And in Kilifi, there is a place that not many Kenyans know. It is a place called Panga ya Saidi. It's a cave, and in 2017, they discovered the remains of a small child, 78,000 years old, and this is the oldest human burial site in Africa. So this is where I am based, working with the community. And the people who buried this child had no idea what would be the inspiration or the influence that they would have in the local community 78,000 years from when this particular burial took place. So we use cultural heritage and our stories to really shape and inspire the community around us. And I've been very inspired listening to many of the stories, to the work that Aya and her team have been doing. And I was thinking, which story could I tell? And the thing that I love is how every single person is planting seeds in their own little way. And so I thought that the story I could tell would be a story of a cloud. A tiny cloud, a wisp of a cloud. The kind of cloud that on a beautiful blue sky day, you probably wouldn't even notice that she was there. But this cloud would wake up every morning and she had a dream. The thing that clouds are supposed to do is to make it rain. And that's what she wanted to do every single morning. Today is the day that I am going to make it rain. And every evening she thought, tomorrow I will make it rain. Until one day she looked across, and over to the right of the sky she saw a big cloud. A heavy cloud, a brooding cloud. And she thought, if I can join forces with that big, heavy cloud, then I will finally have my dream come true and I'll be able to make it rain. And so, whee! She shot across the sky. Please, can we join forces? I would love to make it rain. But the big cloud said, no, I am big and you are small. I am strong and you are weak. Get out of here. And the little cloud, she slowly floated back to her space in the sky. And she waited and waited until one day in the distance she saw lightning and thunder crackling and hissing. And she thought, this is my chance. If I can join forces there, then my dream will come true. Whee! She shot across the sky. And she begged thunder and lightning, please, can I join forces with you? I would love to make it rain. But what do you think thunder and lightning said? No, We are big and you are small. We are strong and you are weak. Get out of here. So she slowly floated back to her space in the sky, and she waited. And she waited and she waited, and the days rolled by, and she continued waiting until she got tired of waiting. And she said, I am a cloud. My job is to make it rain, and I am going to make it rain. And she began to squeeze herself smaller and smaller and tinier and tinier and tighter, compressing, constraining until poof, she turned herself into a raindrop. She started to fall to the ground. She began to imagine all the beautiful things. She could land in the open petals of a flower, or perhaps in the beak of a hummingbird. But she did not land in the open petals of a beautiful flower. She did not land in the beak of a hummingbird. She landed on a stone, a hot stone, in the middle of a desert. And I think you know what happened to that raindrop. Whoosh. It was the end of the raindrop, but it was not the end of the story, because deep under the sand, there were seeds. Hundreds, thousands, millions of seeds. And those seeds had been asleep for a long time. And one of them woke up and said, oh my goodness, I can hear something. I think it's going to rain. And so the little seeds started to wake up all the other seeds. Listen, listen, I think it's going to rain. No, it's not rained in such a long time. Go. No, it's going to rain. Listen. And the seeds slowly started to move up to the surface, and pop, 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 they popped their heads above. And right high up in the sky, there was the big cloud, and he said, what's going on in the middle of the desert? And he moved to take a look. And thunder and lightning saw something unusual. What's going on there? And they too moved along. And when thunder and lightning hit that big, heavy cloud, it started to rain. It thundered, it poured, bucket loads, a rainstorm, the biggest that they had ever seen. And the seeds were loving it. Yes, and they grew up into little grasses and flowers and shrubs and bushes and trees, into a magnificent, beautiful forest, Karura Forest. And if you go there, you will sometimes hear thunder and lightning and the big heavy cloud saying, look what we did. We turned the desert into a forest. But actually, there is a small stone in the middle. And if you go there and you ask around, they will tell you nothing about a big heavy cloud or thunder and lightning. They will tell you the story of a tiny wisp of a cloud who turned herself into a raindrop. Thank you. Thank you very much. May we all keep planting seeds.
Absolutely beautiful storytelling. Thank you, Mara, for taking us back to Kilifi, then to Karura. Thank you so much for that. In a few moments, we'll be inviting some of our spotlights for this afternoon. But before then, in your pouches, you should have some notes, right? Does everybody have a pouch? Inside, there's some notes that we're supposed to have been exchanging. I hope you have. I hope you continue to. The idea is just to pour into each other. They have different messages, acts of care and mentoring. So I'd like to see how many people have exchanged notes, if not now, at least by later, by the time we're finishing, and how it made you feel. It's very important. All of this is supposed to be part of what the summit brings to us, right? Just pouring into each other. So if you haven't already, make sure you take that out. And right now, we are going to move to 3 spotlights. I love these. It's just like a nuggets of wisdom within this short amount of time. And we're going to have 3 of them. I'll say everybody who will be doing it, but we will go one by one when it begins. We'll have Maureen Waihenya from Kenya with the Verge Group, who can start to make her way. And after Maureen, we'll have Kessie Okomo for Central Africa Republic, who's the CEO, Peace and Development Watch, and Quintam Bori from Amwick, Kenya. All of them are going to be standing here and just taking us through something that they have to share in the room. So if we can have Maureen Waihenya, please make her way to the stage. We'll give you the microphone. There she is, and she will begin her spotlight. Let's appreciate Maureen as she makes it here.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you've heard, my name is Maureen Waihenya. I do come from Verge Group. And just like Mara, the storyteller, we are storytellers by nature. If you had asked me if I'd be standing in front of you today to be able to give a presentation in front of such a formidable room, I'd have told you absolutely not. But here I am, and I am doing a spotlight, and I don't do spotlights. I really don't. I think Cedric can attest to that. So I've prepared something, so allow me to present it to you. It's not too long. The spotlight is not my kind of thing, but here I am. For most of my career, I have been more comfortable behind the scenes than in the spotlight. For more than 2 decades, our team has worked in storytelling, production, communications, and more recently, building opportunities for creators across Africa. If someone had asked me then what we did, I would have probably answered them quite simply. We manage projects, we build systems, and that is true. But right now, it's not the entire truth. Somewhere along the journey, we realized we were building something bigger than productions, documentaries, or campaigns. Looking back now, I realize that has been the thread running through everything that we have built. Whether we were growing organizations, building teams, mentoring young professionals, working alongside creators, or telling stories across the continent, the work has always been the same. We create the conditions for people to flourish. Some would call that empowerment. Stories are never really about just the content. Stories are about the people. They challenge, they inspire, and they remind us that we matter. And sometimes they quietly change the course of our lives. That is why storytelling matters. It challenges indifference. It creates understanding. And understanding is often the justice, and that is where it begins. I believe that justice is not only found in policies or courtrooms. It begins when someone who has been overlooked is finally seen, when someone whose voice has been ignored is finally heard, when someone whose work has been undervalued is finally recognized, when someone who has carried a burden in silence discovers they are no longer carrying it alone. That is what we call dignity. And I think dignity is one of the greatest gifts we can offer any other human being around us. It is why we founded Verge Group, the overarching group, not simply to create content, but to tell stories that remind us that behind every statistic is a person. Behind every headline is a family, and behind every issue is a human being deserving of dignity. Years later, that same conviction led us to build Zaumu. At first, Zaumu looks like a creator's platform. To us, it has always been about something much deeper. Because if stories have the power to shape society, the people who tell those stories deserve systems that allow them to thrive with dignity, professionalism, and sustainability. Creators deserve more than visibility. They deserve opportunity, fair value for their work, and to build lives, not just audiences. To me, that is also a matter of justice. One of the things that has excited us most in recent years has been watching a new generation of African creators emerge, not simply because they have audiences, but because they have influence. And influence is a profound asset when it is rooted in integrity, guided by purpose, and when it creates genuine value. It becomes far more than content. It becomes leadership. And that is why spaces like NALAFEM matter so much. Because they remind us that leadership is not reserved for a select few, that equity is not about diminishing one voice to elevate another, but that every person has the opportunity to contribute the gifts they already carry. Dignity and justice for all women. I care deeply about women because for far too long, too many have carried extraordinary responsibility while receiving very little recognition, opportunity, or support. Perhaps that is also why I'm especially excited to be here today, because when I look across this room, I don't simply see women. I see creators. I see storytellers. Some of you tell stories through your businesses, through your professions, the communities you lead, how you experience the world. The question is no longer whether your voice has value, because it does. The question is whether you've given that value the structure it deserves. Because purpose and professionalism are not opposites. One protects the other. Purpose gives us the reason to begin. Professionalism gives us the ability to keep going. I've come to believe that when we honor our work by giving it strategy, consistency, and sustainability, we don't diminish its authenticity. We protect it. We create the conditions for it to keep serving others for years to come. And that is how real impact grows. My hope is bigger than that. I have come to believe that how we do our work becomes part of the work itself. The way we lead becomes part of the outcome. The way we treat people becomes our legacy. The dignity we extend to others becomes part of our own humanity. Perhaps leadership has never really been about standing in the spotlight. I've come to believe that our greatest contribution is not simply the work we produce, it is the people who can flourish because we chose to do that work well. Until one day, the ones we are trying to reach, the overlooked and the unheard, through every story told, realize they are worthy of the light all along. And if each of us leaves here committed to creating just a little more space for someone else to be seen, to be heard, to be valued, then perhaps, just maybe, that is how we change the world. Quietly, together, one story, one opportunity, one person at a time. Because long after people have forgotten our names, they will continue to live with the difference that our work has made. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Maureen. Kessie Okomo, if you could please take to the stage to share your spotlight message with us. And let's appreciate her as she does that.
Merci. Bonjour. Oh, you speak French. It's a very, very good thing. I'll speak in French, though, but you have the translation here. And I think it's amazing. Quand tu es NALAFEM, il y a quelque chose de particulier avec ce titre-là. C'est que aussi tu deviens messagère. Je viens ici, enfin, on m'a invité à venir, mais il y a quelque chose de particulier que j'aime bien faire depuis que je voyage à travers le monde pour parler au fait de la condition des femmes en République centrafricaine. If you want, I can try to shift in English. C'est bon? Et la chose qui revient souvent, c'est qu'on s'est mis d'accord avec un groupe de femmes, nous sommes une 50aine, et on s'est donné comme mission qu'il fallait qu'à chaque fois que l'une de nous a l'opportunité de sortir du pays, il faut qu'elle parle de ce pays. Dans la salle, je sais que vous êtes nombreuses à ne pas connaître la République centrafricaine. Ou si vous nous connaissez, Google vous a raconté qu'au fait, ça va très mal chez nous, n'est-ce pas? Et vous allez me dire, est-ce que ça va? Après avoir discuté avec mes collègues à Bangui, l'une des choses, pas seulement à Bangui, mais à travers le pays, l'une des choses qu'on aime répéter, et je vais le répéter aujourd'hui, je vais d'abord vous poser une question. J'ai devant moi une boîte, n'est-ce pas? Vous avez déjà eu le sentiment d'être enfermé dans une boîte? Le sentiment qu'au fait, tout ce qui vous définit doit tenir dans une boîte? C'est ce que nous vivons en République centrafricaine. La RCA sort d'un conflit d'une dizaine d'années, ça fait des années qu'on se bat entre nous. Et depuis le 2013, il y a une dynamique qui s'est mise en place. Les femmes se sont organisées. Elles ont non seulement ramené la paix, parce qu'elles ont contribué énormément aux grandes discussions politiques, mais elles ont aussi créé des dynamiques féministes sur le terrain qui sont encore aujourd'hui en train de transformer le pays. Et être enfermé dans cette boîte, c'est quand au niveau international, on vous dit au fait que, et je ne parle pas seulement pour la RCA parce que je pense que mes sœurs du Soudan, mes sœurs du Congo peuvent se retrouver dedans, on vous dit qu'au fait, effectivement, les choses vont mieux, mais on vous dit aussi que vous êtes trop fragile. Et c'est là mon intervention. Fragile. En tant que féministe, je vous assure que moi, ça passe pas, ce mot fragile. Fragile, ça veut dire qu'on t'enferme dans une dynamique, un statut, où au fait, on dit que dans cette boîte, tu peux pas faire plus. Tes rêves sont limités. On te dit que le financement que tu peux avoir ne peut pas aller dans une logique qui peut faire développer ton business. On te dit qu'au fait, ce que tu essaies de faire, tu essaies de rentrer dans le gouvernement, mais au fait, t'es pas assez prête. Tout, on te ramène à une dynamique où tout est limité. Et c'est aujourd'hui notre combat en République centrafricaine. Et ce que je vous disais tout à l'heure, c'est que je viens avec un message. Un message pour les venant des autres sorts en République centrafricaine qui dit qu'on a besoin de vous pour créer des espaces aussi pour nous, dans ces pays où on parle de peace building, mais aussi on parle de fragilité. Parce que la fragilité a cette complexité dans ces pays-là, où il y a des femmes comme moi et plusieurs autres en RCA. Nous sommes CEO d'entreprise. Mais quand je sors et que je dis que je suis CEO d'entreprise, on me dit, mais dans un pays fragile, le secteur privé n'existe pas. S'il existe, me voilà. Et nous voilà derrière. Quand on nous dit au fait que au niveau de la construction de la paix, ce ne sont que des ONG internationales, parce qu'attention, hein, nous sommes un pays fragile, on vient prendre soin de nous, il y a un problème avec ça. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, le message principal que j'aimerais vous passer, les filles et mes sœurs, c'est créer de l'espace pour ces femmes qui se retrouvent entre deux. Et je vois qu'il y a deux boîtes qui sont là. Nous sommes au milieu. Et nous nous perdons dans ce milieu-là, parce qu'au fait, notre voix n'est pas entendue souvent dans cette logique où il est possible de développer les choses, de rêver plus grand. Et on nous dit à chaque fois de nous enfermer dans une boîte où tout doit rester léger. Mais ce n'est pas nous, mes sœurs. Et je vois autour de moi la dynamique que je sens dans cette salle et depuis que je suis arrivée et que je vous vois, c'est exactement ce qui se passe chez nous. Mais si vous cherchez sur Google, si vous allez dans les conférences qui parlent de la République centrafricaine, jamais, au grand jamais, on ne vous montrera au fait cette force, cette dynamique, cette créativité qu'ont les femmes. Notre thématique, c'est Women Back Women. Women Back Women. On a besoin de vous. Et c'est un message que je passe de mes sœurs, et c'est un message que je parle non seulement de mes sœurs de Bangui, mais mes sœurs de province, mes sœurs qui se trouvent à la frontière avec le Soudan du Sud, celles qui se trouvent à la frontière avec la RDC, créant des espaces, aidez-nous à avoir plus de voix pour montrer au fait que la fragilité, peut-être c'est un contexte, mais ce n'est pas notre identité. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Kessie Okomo. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for that. Quinta Mbori is now going to join us and share her spotlight. Is Quinta with us in the room? Quinta Mbori from Amwick. Okay. I'm going to head to the stage. If she isn't here, we will just proceed with the program. One more time, do we have Quinta Mbori here? Okay. She's a colleague in the media space, and I know she'd also have an incredible spotlight to share. If we're not able to, then hopefully down the line, we'll hear from her. We're moving to a very, very special moment of this program, the I Am Nala Fellowship 2026 graduation. One of the most special moments, and first of all, congratulations to all of you who are going to be getting this. Let's preempt and already clap for the amazing people who are going to be going through this. But we have Dr. Reem Hussein, who's going to walk us through this session. So let's welcome her, and she'll talk to us about what to expect for this graduation.
All right. I know we had a good lunch because we took an hour to come back. So before there were leadership incubators. Before there were leadership incubators, formal institutions, and conference venues, women were organizing, learning, strategizing, and supporting each other when they would meet in salons or over tea. And today we've heard many intergenerational stories over the side events. They would also call each other or write letters, which I hope we still do. This practice of support goes back to our anti-colonial movements, the Pan-African movement and the post-independent movements. These practices of support led to the first women president in Liberia, the first African woman to lead the United Nations UN Women, and the many other firsts that we celebrate. That is where the NALAFEM Academy and I Am Nala Fellowship begins. This is the history, energy, and fire we draw from. Starting from the 4th NALAFEM Summit last year, we listened to the many women who were among us, and this summit coincided with the celebration of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and Women in Peace and Security Agenda. We noticed that political leadership incubators were not designed for young women navigating conflict. who were looking to dream of their political leadership in a future that sometimes seems impossible. And that is where the I Am Nala Fellowship on Women in Peace and Security was born. A radical declaration and strategy to build a pipeline of political leaders to engage in peace processes, but more specifically to take up political leadership when there is peace. These programs, so our last program in 2024 and this one, have not been funded and instead been co-created with incredible women politicians and technocrats that gave their time and knowledge to support our now over 38 young women strong fellows. These women offered a curriculum that is rooted in wellness, because for too long, academies and leadership programs teach us to push ourselves at the expense of our joy, our happiness, and our bodies. Where Pan-African feminism and decolonialism are the values that unapologetically ignite our fire. We started with 15, today we welcome 23 more. As the NALAFEM Academy grows, we are honored to support these 23 women, refugees, IDPs, stateless, survivors that are already shaping politics nationally, regionally, and globally. And now to welcome our graduates to the stage. Please welcome to the stage Aya Shebi, founder and president of NALAFEM. Rose Washuka, board chair of NALAFEM. The patrons of the 5th NALAFEM Summit, Dr. Obi Ezwakasili. Yeah. Joining them from the alumni of the I Am Nala Fellowship on Women in Politics, Wanjiku Thiga. The faculty of the I Am Nala Fellowship, Aisha Yasufu. Manui Tokai. Rita Muyambo. Senator Crystal Asije. And Dr. Alia Datu. We hold these candles in our hands to symbolize our fire. This is the same fire our ancestors and elders carried for each other when no one else would. Light, energy, and the responsibility to lead from the heart. We are only passing it forward. Please now stand as we welcome the I Am Nala Fellows on Women in Peace and Security. Akem Aurelia Anjang. Allah Abdallah Ismail Abdul Karim. Beniche Sichugi. Chantal Faida. Diana Tuishime. Jehan Abdullah Muhammad Adam. Hanim Nasur. Isra Yahya Ibrahim. Khaltoon Usman. Kifaya Ahmed Adam Suleiman. Leia Burhan Tesfa Mariam. Mashenka Singa Darise Dolores. Maida Mubarak. Mangong Bongumburi Beniru. Mariam Hamid Ahmed. Monique Kabanza Sebiguru. Nancy Nalovo. Nihada Suleiman Burinyu. Nyatora Bang. Rashida Ayub Rasala. Zainab Abdul Fattah. Zura Asada. I now hand over to the fellows to say a few words. Chantal?
Good afternoon, everyone. Dear sisters, distinguished leaders, I'm grateful for this extraordinary opportunity for networking with great women leaders across Africa and incredible mentorship through NALAFEM. I was born in war. I grew up in war. But I promise you this, I will not die in war. Because I have chosen to fight for peace through governance. I come from a country that has endured 3 decades of an aggressive and just war, the DR Congo. 10 million lives lost, millions of families displaced and starving. Back home, a woman or a child is raped every 30 minutes. This is our painful reality. But in the face of destruction, I choose resistance. When the system denies your capital, create your own. By age of 25, I was appointed advisor in the Ministry of Tourism in my country. I was the only young woman in the room. That is when I realized power is not just about money, it's about presence, network, and sisterhood. To bring more women into that room, I founded the Congolese Young Women Politics Congress. Over 6 annual forums since 2016. We have trained more than 1,000 women. Some have won elections. I ran myself twice and lost, but my passion remains untouched. If I have access to knowledge, my duty is to open the door for others. There are 200 leaders in this room. If each of us lifts up just one woman this quarter, we will change the trajectory of this continent, Africa. Let's stop asking for permission to enter. Inviting one another to the table is our ultimate power. My name is Chantal Faida, founder of Uwema NGO. I am because we are. Thank you, Nala. I am Nala.
Honey? Okay, good evening everyone. First of all, I'm grateful to be given an opportunity to share a few words. So my name is Hanim Nasur. I am a community paralegal working with the marginalized and minority advocating for citizenship rights. So one lesson I have learned through NALAFEM is that growth often comes through challenges, difficult times, and moments that test us as women. NALAFEM has helped me understand the struggle of women from war-affected communities. It has also opened my eyes to the many challenges women face across Africa. I have been inspired by the many women who are stepping into leadership and working to solve these challenges. That's why I've told myself from now hence, I'm not only going to be advocating for citizenship justice, but also women in leadership. This experience reminds us that even in difficult times, women will continue to rise, lead, and create a change. My message today is simple. As women, we carry many responsibilities, but we should never underestimate our strength or our values. Every woman has a unique purpose and something important to offer. So, as women, we should always believe in yourself, keep learning and growing, support one another, never be afraid to use your voice. Finally, the world needs women who are confident, compassionate, and courageous enough to create a positive change. Together, I believe we can create a positive change. Thank you, Nala. I am Nala.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isra, founder of Shikan, and today I stand before you as a proud graduate of NALAFEM Fellowship. There was a time when my world was defined by the boundaries of a refugee camp. Many people saw limitations, uncertainty, and hardships. But I learned that where you begin does not determine where you go. Your dreams can be bigger than your circumstance. Founding Shikan was my way of turning my own experiences into hope for other women and girls. I wanted to create a space where women believe in their potential, find their voices, and know that they belong wherever they choose to lead. The NALA Fellowship has reminded me that leadership is not about having many answers. It is about showing up with courage, staying with courage, and lifting others as you grow. It has challenged me to think bigger, lead with purpose, and embrace the responsibility of creating opportunities for others. To every woman in this room, I want to say this: never allow your background to become the ceiling of your future. Your story is not a barrier, it is your strength. The challenges you faced have given your resilience, wisdom, and a perspective that the world needs. As I leave this fellowship, I carry not only new knowledge, but also a new commitment to build, to serve, and to ensure that every woman can confidently say she can lead proudly. I am Nala, thank you.
Just get a group photo. Yeah. We're just trying to check that we got the right photo. I now welcome Dr. Obi to give her blessing.
God knows that this is a very good use of your time. Am I correct? Yes. Coming to Nairobi for this is a good investment. Am I correct? Yes. I mean, we just keep being inspired by this next generation of women that will take Africa to where it should be. And so the fellowship is really the institutionalizing of the values and the vision and the incredible grand aspiration of NALAFEM for the women of our continent to be completely unlocked and unleashed in helping build a continent that can claim the 21st century. It is because of this reason that I admire Aya, Rose, and the other friends like Aisha, and what happened to Emma? Emma left? Okay, all of them. The 7 or so of you that started this whole journey. 5 years later, I mean, on a single day, you only just have 38 fellows, but on a single day, you are admitting an additional 20, is it 21 I heard? 23. That's what is called exponential growth. Please clap. And for you, the fellows, you've gone through a training. You have to pay it forward. The reason you've been trained, and I love what you said, one of you just said, the reason you've been trained is so that you become the trainer. So there are so many women around you who can get exactly the content that you got through your training. Don't ever stop. Don't stop. Again, I say what? Don't stop. Keep reaching. Don't settle. God bless you all.
As we come to the end of this graduation, I welcome NALAFEM's board chair, Rose Washuka, to give the fellows their charge.
May I invite us all to rise and honor this incredible moment. Think about a young child who refuses to let conflict, adversity, and limitation dim their light. Think about a young girl who refuses to let conflict consume their power. Think about all of us and the courage and the warmth that we can share with them by believing in them, by celebrating them, and by standing in every gap for every one of our fellows who are working in very difficult and challenging situations, and choosing the motherland every time, refusing to leave, and choosing peace, collectively silencing the guns. To you, our wonderful fellows, we see your courage, we see your conviction, we see your power, we see your future. Your lives and your work will be celebrated for many, many generations to come, because indeed, like this candle, you continue to keep the flame of our continent alive. I therefore declare you the 2026 I Am NALA Fellows on Women in Peace and Security, and assure you of our full support. We will ride together on your shoulders until every gun on the African continent is silent. I join you in saying, we may have been born in war, we may live in war, because one war in one country is war on every country on the African continent. We may live in war, but like you've charged us to do, we shall never and we shall not die in war. May your work be blessed, and may you continue to change our communities, our countries, our systems, and to silence those guns until each and every one of those causes of war are eliminated from our continent. And so together, let us do our Wakanda charge to our I Am NALA 2026 Fellows on Women in Peace and Security. Viva! Viva, Viva fellows, viva! Viva. God bless you.
As we get these academy photos done, You all had, Janet had mentioned the NALA notes in your pocket, in your pouches. This is your moment to exchange them. These leadership academies that we hold are one small drop in, I'm sure, what everyone is doing, and I'm sure for these last 2 days we have received either an act of care or mentorship. So please let's switch them. Let's see you exchange those notes and move some of that capital around. Okay. Isra, Hanim, can you please join us again for your photo? Continue exchanging. We're just doing logistic photos here.
I hope you have been exchanging your notes, as was asked of you. Once again, congratulations to the fellows. Let's just appreciate them one more time. Incredible, incredible women. We are going to hear a commitment from Athena Network, and as they make their way here, we are also going to invite Dr. Reem Hussein to walk us through what's going to happen after. And the Cabinet Secretary for Gender is going to be at the gala dinner. Remember, we said there's a gala dinner tonight. So after this, you have an hour or so to get ready. You'll be able to hear those key remarks from her. For now, though, Athena Network would like to make a commitment. Karibu.
Hi, everyone. Hello. My voice is literally louder than everyone in the room. Hi. So we're going to say my favorite mantra. So when I say African women leaders on the front line, you say mobilize, educate, liberate, okay? Did we get it? African women leaders on the front line. Let's do it once more time. African women leaders on the front line. Thank you so much. Amanla. Amanla. Please say away too. Amanla. Thank you so much, colleagues. My name is Irene Ogeta. I am the program officer at Athena Network. We are a feminist organization that works towards advancing the recognition of young women's leadership. And we're so excited to be attending NALAFEM. We've attended all the 5 NALA summits. So a round of applause to us. At least we've been there 100%. That's so weak, but it's okay. I would like to first recognize the Athena Network team here. We have Puteleto all the way from Lesotho, please. We also have Olive all the way from Uganda. We have Lillian, the Kenyan focal point. We have Ngozi all the way from Nigeria. And then we have Zoe, Dr. Zoe all the way from Zambia. So I will go ahead and read our commitment. So Athena Network reaffirms our unwavering commitment to advancing the recognition and leadership of young women as a fundamental pillar of gender equality, sexual reproductive health and rights, and effective HIV responses. We commit to amplifying the voices, agency, and leadership of young women in all their diversity, ensuring they're not only represented, but they're also at the center of decision-making, policy development, and resource allocation. We will continue to champion feminist movements, strengthen intergenerational partnerships, and advocate for inclusive, rights-based approaches that dismantle structural inequalities and create enabling environments where young women can lead with dignity, power, and purpose. Athena Network stands in solidarity with feminist organizations, activists, women in civic spaces, and partners across Africa and beyond to build collective action that is bold, intersectional, and transformative. We recognize that sustainable progress requires meaningful investment in young feminist leadership, accountability to meaningful investment in young feminist leadership, accountability to communities, and the protection of civic spaces where young women can organize, innovate, and influence change. Together, we commit to transforming systems, not simply by participating in them, so that every young woman can actually realize her rights, exercise her leadership, and shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and freedom. Our commitment is clear. Nothing about the young women without the young women leading. So the future of gender equality, SRHR, and HIV justice depends on their leadership, and we will continue to stand beside them, invest in them, and advocate until the future becomes our shared reality. In solidarity, Athena Network. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Athena Network. We're now going to invite Dr. Reem Hussein. She's going to take us through the signing of the declaration, and Manui is then going to ground us, as she has been brilliantly doing throughout the summit. So, Dr. Reem Hussein, welcome.
So the Nairobi Declaration moment. First of all, a big round of applause for Harrison, who's been listening to us and putting it together. As you can see, it's going up live as we speak. There will be a moment after the grounding where we will invite you to sign it. The purpose of the Nairobi Declaration, for many of you who've been part of the NALAFEM summits, is really a blueprint for us as NALAFEM and the networks that we're a part of to feed in language into the many formal negotiations that go on throughout the year. So as we wrap up and we come to an end of this summit, as a small team, and I know they're still running around, of myself, Kene, Sylvia, and Mercy, who you met at the reception, and Aya. Partnership is central to everything that we do. And this year, we're happy to have, for the first time, the most partners in a summit that we have done. So to our strategic partners, the Tony Elimu Foundation, African Women See, and we can clap, because these people really showed up for all of us. The African Women CEO Network, UN Women, Gracia Machel Trust, and Verge Group. To our sponsors who backed the summit with capital, Imara Ole Sereni, the Club of Rome, Comena Fund, Fondation Chanel, Global Alliance for Care, Athena Network, who you've heard has been here since the beginning, for putting into practice what we have been advocating for these last 2 days. To our partners who answered our call to co-create with us, I thought it was on, the NALAFEM Sudan Task Force, Solidarity Alliance, Fihan Network, who always shows up for young women. Instituto Update, all the way from Brazil. Girl Generation. Akili Dada. Womankind Worldwide. ENSO for their healing. Play Academy Africa for teaching us how to play. AMWIC, the Association for Media Women in Kenya. Bantu Moja, Kewopa, Zaumuf Africa, and to all of you, the attendees, panelists, speakers, moderators, patrons, children who've been in the space, production, stage pass, and everybody who's made these 2 days possible. Thank you very much from the bottom of our very small team's heart. Over to you, Manu.
How are we doing? How do we feel after 2 days of NALAFEM Summit? How are our hearts after all of these conversations? In this closing together, I want to honor the collective fight that we are in from different positions, different statuses, different titles. How we are working within systems that are designed to be weaponized against our bodies, our minds, our intellect, and our creations, to keep us small and silent. And it has often been said in this summit, if we are not at the table, we're on the menu. It requires our oppression to feed the machine of capitalism, making our dehumanization a business model and our bodies a commodity on the international market of poverty, of war, of violence, slavery, and charity. So we raise our voices and stand tall against the system of bigotry and direct attacks to our fellow sisters, daughters, nieces, mothers, and grandmothers, and all our children. And we organize ourselves within movements, like the adolescent girl movement, the Gen Z here in Kenya. We pioneer banks and banking systems like microfinancing that are accessible for women. We make ourselves available for positions in parliament, cabinet. We are brave enough to run for the highest office in our country. And we face attacks in media and online platforms. We build businesses that support women to take agency over their finances and visibility. And we train the next generation. We train the next generation to get ready to step into the ring and be able to rise again and again after any direct shot to the heart, a knockout to the head, or a low blow to our families, online and offline. And how do we teach them to rise? How do we rise when we have climbed so high our world and challenges have become unrelatable to the village we return home to? How do we rise when the questions we are dealing with can no longer be discussed with our mothers and sisters or those who we trust the most? When we have exceeded the very first boardroom, our family home. Or when we strip down from our dignity and incarcerated because our opinions are too threatening to the system. And sometimes the choices we have to make are between safety and ambition. Sometimes we find ourselves in the midst of war and are forced to build our own safety. And when the gunshots turn silent and the direct threats have left the room, we as women can feel seduced to choose to secure our position over sisterhood and comply with agendas that do not have our gender at favor. Maybe because we started surfing before healing, opening the door to make fear-based decisions, making us vulnerable for corruption and seduction to become a part of the oppressive mechanisms we swore we would fight when we were 15, 20, or maybe 25. And we still had a better understanding of what we came to do in this world. A time when we were still in the unknown about the challenges and offerings from the other side when we continued down the road. But also, let's hold those decisions we might have made out of fear with reference as well, so we can liberate them from shame and judgment and allow ourselves to take agency over our commitment to our collective assignment. To wake up every day again and again, and when we stand in front of our closet, to choose the weapon of love over the weapon of fear and violence. Love not as a delusional concept, but as a force that will tear down the buildings and bring this system to its knees. I speak about the love that is capable of occupying space and impact decisions because of the dedication to our communities. The love that speaks a clear no to laws and policy that sustain our suffering. A love that has the power to protect our children in any given circumstances. A love that will speak to us when we cry in silence and we feel there's nobody left to turn to. That is the love that will catch our tears, knowing that they are sacred. The love that holds the wisdom that we get to carry into this world. A love that will transgress this system into a world that is liberated from the fear of death. A love that will mature our hearts and our minds. The kind of love we get to befriend and trust. We all have a path that has intentionally been woven into a divinely created architecture. A path that is not limited or committed to the titles or statuses we might value so much today. It is committed to our true and complete liberation. But it's a choice out of the many paths to choose that one every day. The outcome of our choice might look the same, but the true choice is, are we showing up with clean intentions? Making non-fear-based decisions even when it's hard, even when we fear the risk it may come with, may cost us to lose more than we believe we can afford. Do we dare to commit to a type of decision making that does not sacrifice our well-being and trust that our leadership can only be as good as we are? And who do we call in to remind us that we do not need to do this alone, that we can back each other up on our journeys, that we covered and protected by this force of love, so we can continue to choose to leave a legacy of love over a legacy of fear. And we are trusted by our Creator with His decision every day. So please, let's take a moment to honor all of our decisions to the point where we are right now. You can close your eyes if you want to take a moment to think about that. Take a breath. Decisions we are proud of, decisions we stay silent about because they might be dangerous to share. Decisions we are less proud of that have been compromising to our intentions. Let's remind ourselves that it's always a choice. That there is a path set out for us at any stage of our life. Throughout any generation we are a part of. And we get to honor that with our life, with our time, with our energy, and with our community.
Thank you, Manui and Dr. Alia. I'd like to thank one very special person before we invite you and then ask you to politely leave the room so we can set up. Janet Mbugwa, our MC. Who managed to hold this energy for us. And so instead of clapping, I'd like us to still sit in that moment that Dr. Ali and Manui created for us and send to Janet and her organization, Inua Dada, healing and power and energy, and to give back to her and the energy she's given us back to her for a bit. And with that, please do pick a rose, take home some of this energy, and sign the declaration. See you, yeah, Dr. Obi, Dr. Ria, first row. Maybe we do it in like an orderly manner, and then so we can all get a rose so that the bouquet doesn't fall down. Can I please ask if we can open the doors so that we can also be able to exit the room? And there is tea and cakes and coffee and stuff outside that you can eat. I know we're probably still full from lunch. And the play and pause room is still open for you to make use. See you at the gala dinner. Thank you so much, guys. There's special.
Once again, just like Reem mentioned, there is a huge bouquet of roses here. If you can come in front and take your rose, quite literally take your flowers, and then make your way outside. They do need to prepare this room for the gala dinner, which starts at 6:30. So please take your flowers. Make sure that once the guests have finished signing, you can also go sign and make your way outside so they can prepare the room for the gala dinner, which starts at 6:30, right back here. Thank you, everyone.